Chapter 1290. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Sidu Hongyan, so he didn't want to kill her. But if this woman was stubborn, then he didn't plan to hold back. Since others were courting death, if he didn't let her die, wouldn't he be letting her down? I won't make a move. Situ Hongyan was very wise. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of you. I just feel that it's not worth it to make a move for that old witch. These were her heartfelt words. If the corpse granny was a great person, then even if she knew that she was no match for him, she would still fight with Ling Xiao. Even if she died in battle, she would be willing to do so. But this was not the case. The corpse granny was despicable and shameless to the extreme. She couldn't even think of making a move for this person. That's a smart choice. You can leave now, but she can't leave. Ling Xiao could let Sidu Hongyan go because they wouldn't become enemies. But the corpse granny was different. With such a good opportunity to kill the corpse granny, he would never give it up. Ling Xiao, you just said that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This old woman knows that she was wrong and shouldn't have framed you. This old woman intends to repent and never find trouble with you in the future. Can you let this old woman leave? At this moment, the corpse granny suddenly said. Blood was still flowing on her arm, but the smile on her face was full of flattery. This woman actually knew how to beg others. You know that you were wrong? Ha ha! I didn't expect you, old witch, to know that you were wrong. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you weren't seriously injured, if Sidu Hongyan didn't choose to leave, would you be so obedient as to beg for mercy? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Are you thinking that when your injuries are healed, you must kill me so that others won't see your ugly appearance today? Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of admiration in her eyes. She also wanted to be like Ling Xiao, who didn't fear power and could openly scold a shameless person like the corpse granny. Unfortunately, she wasn't Ling Xiao after all, and she really couldn't do that. How could that be? Corpse granny didn't want to admit it, but her thoughts were exactly as Ling Xiao thought. Today, she had lowered her head because she was seriously injured and could not defeat Ling Xiao. However, once her injuries were healed, she would definitely not let Ling Xiao go. This was her truest thought. Why bother, corpse granny? You were so mighty just now, but now you're lowering your voice. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao smiled and said, You hate me so much that you want to kill me. I also want to kill you. Why don't we fight fair and square? You may not lose to me. Ling Xiao, whatever you want, as long as I can get it, I'll give it to you, including Sidu Hongyan. I think you have some ideas about her. Moreover, after you have her, you can play with her as you wish, and you won't have to bear any responsibility. How about that? Corpse granny took another step back. The smile on her face was very ugly, and the words coming out of her mouth were even more unpleasant. At this time, she didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao, not to mention that Cold Plum was beside Ling Xiao. Even at her peak, she couldn't defeat Cold Plum, not to mention that she was seriously injured now. Therefore, no matter how shameless she was, she had to survive. She had to save her own life first, and nothing else mattered. Corpse granny, although I, Sidu Hongyan, am a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island, I'm not your tool. I can't serve whoever you want me to. If you say that again, I'll kill you. Situ Hongyan was so angry that her face flushed red, and her breathing became rapid. She wasn't humiliated by the legendary devil, but she was humiliated by her own people. This made her feel very painful and sad. You old thing, you're really hopeless. Even if we didn't have a grudge, I must kill you today. Ling Xiao's sword intent broke through the air, and his voice was filled with extremely strong killing intent. As long as this corpse granny was alive, she was simply a scourge. Who knew how many innocent people would be killed by her? Kill me? Are you willing to do that? Just as Ling Xiao was about to make his move, two skeletal hands suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Sidu Hongyan, pulling her towards Corpse Granny. Hee hee hee. Sidu Hongyan, if you don't want to save me, I can only use you as a shield. Corpse Granny revealed a ferocious smile, and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Do you feel bad? Hee hee hee. It's useless to feel bad. Let me tell you, if you don't let me go today, then I'll kill this delicate flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Something wrong with your head? Situ Hongyan is a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island. You're using her to threaten me? Did I hear it wrong? Or did you say it wrong? After a moment, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Situ Hongyan was not surprised, but she was a little regretful. The reason why she was not surprised was that she already knew Corpse Granny's character. It was not surprising that she would do such a thing. The reason why she regretted it was that she was too careless. She had been wary of this old thing before, but because she wanted to protect this old thing, she was too close to her and had no chance to avoid it. She never thought that Ling Xiao would save her. As Ling Xiao said, she was a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island. Ling Xiao had nothing to do with her. Why would he save her? And let a big enemy go because of this? Was this worth it? No matter how she thought about it, this deal was not worth it. But she still had a glimmer of fantasy. She heard that Ling Xiao had many confidants around him, and they were all dead set on Ling Xiao. Not because of anything else, but because Ling Xiao was willing to face powerful enemies for these women, and he would never back down. As the saying goes, beauties love heroes. Sidu Hongyan was no exception. Even if she did not think that Ling Xiao would like her, she was still looking forward to Ling Xiao helping her, because she was a woman. Of course, this was just a glimmer of expectation. This expectation was a little illusory, a little ethereal, and too unreal. She is a disciple of our Emerald Ripple Island, but such a delicate flower. Are you really willing to watch her die in the hands of a shameless person like me? Corpse Granny sneered. She actually admitted that she was shameless, which was worthy of praise. As she spoke, the black gas released from her body had wrapped around Situ Hongyan. Situ Hongyan's blood and heavenly elemental energy could be seen flowing into Corpse Granny's body along with the black gas. This old thing cultivated immemorial witchcraft. It was unknown how evil it was. Whether she withered or not, what does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao still said the same sentence, and then without any intention of stopping, the shadow sword in his hand stabbed straight at Corpse Granny. Even if Sidu Hongyan was in front of Corpse Granny, at this moment, Sidu Hongyan was a little disappointed. But she did not hate Ling Xiao. She was even a little grateful to Ling Xiao. Dying under Ling Xiao's sword was better than dying under Corpse Granny's witchcraft. Chapter 1291. Situ Hongyan closed her eyes and waited for the moment of death to arrive. However, she did not feel any pain for a long time. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Ling Xiao's arms. Corpse Grandma's right arm had been completely cut off. Why? Situ Hongyan was extremely confused. It's very simple. The more I don't care about you, the more she doesn't dare to use you as a shield. At the critical moment, she threw you to me in an attempt to delay my attack. Ling Xiao said faintly, Unfortunately, she seems to have forgotten that I didn't come alone. That's right, the one who cut off Corpse Grandma's right arm was Cold Plum. Old witch, you should have persevered. To be honest, I really don't want such a beautiful woman to die in your dirty hands. Unfortunately, you don't have the guts. In the end, it was all for naught. Ling Xiao revealed a sneer and said, faintly, You're a cunning little beast. At this moment, Corpse Grandma almost fell into despair. However, in the next moment, An excited expression appeared on her face again. Ling Xiao knew what she was happy about, because someone had come, and it was not just one person. The aura of these people was exactly the same as the aura of Emerald Wave Island's disciples. Situ Hongyan frowned. She did not know why, but when the people of Emerald Wave Island came, she did not feel happy at all. Instead, she felt a little uneasy. Corpse Grandma was the deputy island master of Emerald Wave Island, but she killed her senior brother and even used her to threaten Ling Xiao. This made her feel very bad. However, Ling Xiao, who was clearly just an outsider, was willing to save her life. She knew that Ling Xiao would not fall in love with her. He just felt that it was a pity for her to die. It was even more of a pity to die in the hands of Corpse Grandma. But saving her was saving. At the critical moment, it was so clear who was a friend and who was an enemy. Sure enough, rumors did not represent everything. Ling Xiao was rumored to be a guy who did not recognize his own family. Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. The one who came is the other vice island master of Emerald Ripple Island, Monk Li. His strength is on par with Corpse Granny. You are no match for him. Go, I will handle this matter. Situ Hongyan was not Corpse Granny. At this critical moment, she still stood on Ling Xiao's side. You want to leave? It's too late. Just as the voice arrived, the person was already standing beside Corpse Granny for a moment. This person's speed was faster than the speed of sound. Not a single hair grew on his bald head. However, no one dared to laugh at him. With his powerful strength, whoever dared to laugh at him would be courting death. Looking at this person, Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Even though Jade Ripple Island was said to be on par with Divine Phoenix Empire, in reality, their strength was clearly inferior. The two Vice Island masters weren't Yin Yang realm experts. They couldn't compare to Divine Phoenix Empire in this aspect. A small island was a small island. The Five Immortals Island might be really powerful, but the Piping Island and Jade Wave Island of the Seven Martial Ancestor Island did not seem to be as powerful as imagined. Of course, even so, they were still in existence second only to the two great empires. They could barely be considered on the same level. This bald person should be the other Vice Island master of Jade Ripple Island that Situ Hongyan mentioned, Sung Li. Not long after, more people arrived at the ruined temple. Among them, there were actually two Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Although they were only at the initial stage of the Grotto Heaven realm, the Grotto Heaven realm was the Grotto Heaven realm. There was no doubt about this. Their strength was even more unquestionable. As for the rest, the weakest cultivation was at least a 7-star Heaven realm martial artist. This could be considered a group of elites of Jade Ripple Island. Compared to the people led by Corpse Granny last time, they were obviously stronger. What happened, Corpse Granny? Sung Li looked at the corpse of the Jade Ripple Island disciple that had been sucked dry, then looked at the heavily injured Corpse Granny and asked, Do I need to say it? I found the heavily injured protector Zhongshui here, who knew that old thing was cunning and actually faked it. I was injured by his sneak attack and had no choice but to recuperate here. Later, Situ and this disciple came together, so I ordered them to protect me, who knew that this little bastard Ling Xiao would come and insist on killing me. Our pitiful disciple actually had his life force sucked dry by his demonic technique and turned into a withered corpse. Corpse Granny's words. Even a slightly smarter person would not believe it. Sung Li naturally would not believe it. However, he would definitely not expose it and would firmly stand on Corpse Granny's side. The rest of the Jade Ripple Island disciples were the same. Those who could see through it would not expose it because Corpse Granny was a member of their Jade Ripple Island. Those who could not see through it would naturally support Corpse Granny. After all, Ling Xiao was their Jade Ripple Island's enemy. At this time, they were staring at Ling Xiao with eyes full of killing intent, as if they could not wait to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. However, in this world, there were always those who were more maverick, and these people might be hated. However, they lived according to their own hearts and did not follow what others said. For example, Situ Hongyan was like this. Ling Xiao saved her life. For an outsider to be willing to save her, this was enough to move her. She clearly knew the truth, but did not say it. She would never do such a dirty and shameless thing. Vice Island Master Sung Li, Corpse Granny's words cannot be believed. Although she is not the Vice Island Master, she is full of lies and is extremely shameless. Not only did she kill Senior Brother, she even used my life to threaten Ling Xiao. Even I find this kind of thing strange, but she is not embarrassed at all. Situ Hongyan spoke. In exchange, she was stunned. Even Ling Xiao looked at her with some surprise. In fact, at this time, she could have remained silent. However, she did not do so. Too childish, too naive. Ling Xiao shook his head, but then smiled. But I like this kind of person. A balloon full of lies. No one dared to say it out loud, and no one dared to poke it. However, Situ Hongyan did it. She pierced the balloon that was said to be the sun, which naturally caused a shock. Granny Corpse sneered and said, "Little girl, could it be that you've fallen in love with this Ling Xiao? Otherwise, why would you slander him like this? I'm the Vice Island Master of Emerald Ripple Island, your senior and master. I know you're pure and kind, but you shouldn't be so easily fooled by a few sweet words from Ling Xiao, right? You said I used you to threaten Ling Xiao? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What is your relationship with Ling Xiao? Me holding you hostage? Do you think I am an idiot?" Corpse Granny's words were righteous, as if she was really a pure white lotus. Even Sung Li was a little disgusted. After all, Sung Li understood Corpse Granny's character. However, at this moment, even though he knew this, he still could not refute Corpse Granny. Instead, he coldly looked at Situ Hongyan and said, "This is nonsense. The dignified Rose Sword of Emerald Wave Island wants to stand on the opposite side of Emerald Wave Island and speak for a villain. Have all the teachings of the sect been eaten by dogs?" Chapter 1292. Disciple is just telling the truth. Corpse Granny is vicious and shameless. Can't Disciple even speak? Situ Hongyan said lightly. In fact, she was not simple or naive. She knew very well that Jade Wave Island would not support what she said. But she had to say it, because this was her conscience. Come, take her away, and watch her strictly. Don't let her continue to talk nonsense. Sung Li did not wait for Situ Hongyan to finish speaking. With a wave of his hand, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist came out and took Situ Hongyan away. Situ Hongyan did not resist, but she was a little disappointed. She stared at Sung Li and said, "Although Disciple does not know what Vice Island Master is thinking, it is unwise to offend Ling Xiao now. Moreover, it is shameless to shift the blame of your own family's scandal to others. Disciple remembers that you once said that shameless people will have retribution. Aren't you afraid? Take her away." Sung Li waved his hand and did not answer Situ Hongyan's words. Because he could not answer. Teaching disciples was one thing, but whether or not he could do it was another. He felt that this rose sword was still too naive. Corpse Granny's face raised a smug smile. Who was she? She was the Vice Island Master of Jade Wave Island, one of the 2 top Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Not to mention that she just killed an insignificant Jade Wave Island disciple. Even if she turned 100 Jade Wave Island disciples into zombies or skeletons, Jade Wave Island would not say anything. She had done this kind of thing before. Not only did Sung Li know, but even the island master knew. Even 1,000 or 10,000 ordinary disciples could not compare to her combat strength. Jade Wave Island needed her, so they would not deal with her. If she couldn't even see through this, then Sidhu Honyen would be too stupid. From the beginning, there was only one conclusion to this matter. Ling Xiao did evil, Sidhu Honyen was used, good and evil could not be distinguished, and she, Corpse Granny, was a pure white lotus without any stain. This was the reality. Not only Jade Wave Island, but all the major forces in the mystic world had them. This was not a secret, but a consensus. Sung Li's indifferent gaze fell on Ling Xiao. In his pupils, there was a strong killing intent. Surround them. Don't let them escape. At his command, the people of Emerald Ripple Island surrounded Ling Xiao and Lung Mei. They did not even let go of the people above them. Ling Xiao, our island master, didn't want to make an enemy out of you because you are young and ignorant. He even specifically instructed us not to cause trouble for you, but you really don't know what's good for you. You don't repent and have repeatedly attacked the cultivators of my Jade Wave Island. With the encirclement complete, Monk Li heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but this time the people he brought were all elites. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could escape from the encirclement of him and these elites. Corpse Granny, hurry up and heal yourself in case someone comes to save this guy. We can work together. Perhaps because he was not completely at ease, Sung Li reminded Corpse Granny again. Don't worry. As long as there is enough nourishment, this old one will recover quickly. Corpse Granny revealed a sinister smile. Here. Sung Li shook his storage ring and released more than a dozen celestial realm martial artists. Among them, there were people from various sects, including people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. This Jade Wave Island was really daring. Your Majesty, Heavenly Emperor, save me. Suddenly, one of them shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a closer look. This person was actually a martial artist he met in the divine capital. He was not weak, having reached the 9th layer of the celestial realm. Why were you captured? Reporting to your Majesty, more than 20 of us were sent by His Majesty to protect and assist His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Unexpectedly, we encountered these people from Jade Wave Island on the way, and were scattered. I was captured alive, and 2 of my brothers died in battle. The rest should be hiding somewhere. That person replied, Is there a need for this? Ling Xiao sighed. Of course, he knew that Wu Xiang had good intentions, but there was really no need for it. More than 20 celestial realm martial artists were not weak, but when placed in the current Sin City, they seemed a little weak. However, since they were here, Ling Xiao, as the Heavenly Emperor, would not allow them to die here. Don't worry, I won't let you die. As for the rest, I will save them. Ling Xiao looked at that person and said, Ha ha, kid, you must have lost your mind. Facing our heavy encirclement, you actually dare to say such ridiculous words. Do you really think that we are all useless? The elites of Emerald Ripple Island were amused by Ling Xiao's baseless confidence. If I want to save someone, there is no one I can't save. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Since you guys don't believe me, I might as well save them as well. Actually, I really want to know, if these people survive, what will happen to your Jade Wave Island? That's a good idea, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability to realize it. Sung Li looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then said to Corpse Grandma, Old partner, why don't you enjoy your delicious food? Are you really going to let others save them? Sung Li, this old one will accept your generous gift. I will definitely thank you in the future. Corpse Grandma revealed an excited smile, and the black aura began to spread rapidly. I'll have to trouble you guys first. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and stepped out of the encirclement in front of so many elites of Jade Wave Island. Then, he used the beast ring to take those people in. When Sung Li wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Although Sung Li still valued Ling Xiao, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant person. He could not completely put him in his heart. It was because of this slight carelessness that Ling Xiao got his way. He felt that his face was burning, as if someone had given him a tight slap. "Good boy, this old man has underestimated you. But it doesn't matter. If you die, they will still die." Sung Li was a little angry. Being slapped in the face by such a young warrior in front of so many disciples, he had no face left. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. There were many people in this world who wanted him dead, but many people had gone ahead of him. 2 Vice Island Masters, Ling Xiao is a thief. He killed our young island master before, and now he is trying to murder Vice Island Master Corp's grandma. He has also bewitched people and made Situ Hongyan unable to distinguish good from evil. He must be severely punished. One of the Grotto Heaven realm warriors said loudly, "That's right, Ling Xiao is the great enemy of our Jade Wave Island. With such a good opportunity to kill him, our Jade Wave Island will no longer be able to survive in the Jianghu." Another Grotto Heaven realm warrior also said loudly, "Kill Ling Xiao, punish the traitor." Except for Situ Hongyan, all the disciples of Jade Wave Island shouted, as if in their eyes, Ling Xiao was an ant that could be killed at any time. Chapter 1293. The people of Emerald Wave Island spoke, one after another, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if they could take Ling Xiao's life at any time. But then again, among these people, Sung Li was a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. As for the other 2 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, one was at the 2nd Grotto Heaven realm, and the other was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. No matter which one it was, they would not be at a disadvantage against Ling Xiao. And the cultivation of the other martial artists was not low either. With such a lineup, unless Ling Xiao had wings on his back, it was impossible for him to escape. Because of this, they felt that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. This was not surprising at all. Suddenly, a blazing aura filled the entire dilapidated temple. Sword light flashed around Ling Xiao's body, and 9 cauldrons floated above his head. Sword chi broke through the clouds and tore through the sky. Murderous aura surrounded his body and rumbled with killing intent. If you wait for death, you can still leave an intact corpse. To think that you would try to fight back. How foolish! One of the Grotto Heaven realm martial artists from Emerald Wave Island revealed a cold and disdainful smile. He believed that Ling Xiao was able to save those captives in front of them purely because they had underestimated him. But now, none of them underestimated him. What could Ling Xiao rely on to break through the encirclement? It was too unrealistic. Since he is courting death, let's send him to his death. 2 Vice Island Masters and 2 Elders rest at the side first. Leave this kid to us. 3 people walked out of the crowd. 3 half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. It's triple primordial sword. Yes, if the 3 of them are alone, they might not be a match for life-taking sword, rose sword, and emerald wave sword. But if they join forces, even the strongest emerald wave sword has to be wary. With them taking action, Ling Xiao has no way to survive. These Emerald Wave Island disciples also knew of the grand battle on the Long Street. Ling Xiao had killed a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. But that matter was somewhat bizarre, so they did not believe it at all. In their opinion, even if Ling Xiao had killed a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, it must have been because the other party had been severely injured. For example, today's corpse granny, Ling Xiao could definitely kill her, and then announce his great achievements everywhere. This was not true ability at all, but opportunism. Of course, they still did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, even if 10% of the rumors were true, they still had to be careful. Otherwise, if they failed miserably, they would become a laughingstock. Ah, at this moment, a scream suddenly came from the crowd. Then, Situ Hongyan appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was the second time she had stepped forward to protect others. Although Ling Xiao might not need it, she felt that she couldn't just stand by and watch. She hated the things that her sect had done. They had distorted the truth and misrepresented the facts. Not only had they failed to uphold justice for her, they had even made her suffer. Her heart was as cold as ice. Situ Hongyan, are you crazy? Monk Li asked coldly. No, I'm not crazy. It's you who are crazy. Situ Hongyan shook her head gently and said, Deputy Island Master, I was born in Emerald Wave Island, so I will not be an enemy of Emerald Wave Island. I only hope that you can let Ling Xiao go, and let them go. Then Situ Hongyan will commit suicide to apologize. There's something wrong with your head, Monk Li scolded. Is it worth it for an outsider? I only know that when I was in danger, it was an outsider who saved me. That's enough. Situ Hongyan nodded and said, So even if I die, it's only to repay his debt. Stupid. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Although you, Rose Sword Situ Hongyan, are a genius of Emerald Wave Island, there are too many geniuses in this era. We can still find a second or third Rose Sword, but you will be forgotten by the world like trash. Monk Li said coldly, Deputy Island Master, why are you so angry? Is it because I accused Corpse Granny? My dead senior brother and I are also disciples of Emerald Wave Island. Not only did you not stand up for us, but you also protected Corpse Granny. Is this the so-called justice you speak of? The so-called reason? Situ Hongyan's expression became cold. She had always thought that she lived in a beautiful big family, but today's matter was somewhat unbearable for her. Let me tell you the truth, Situ Hongyan. Even if Corpse Granny did that kind of thing, you have to endure it. Not to mention that she didn't kill you. Even if she did, it doesn't matter. Although you are a genius, there's no way you can compare with her. Monk Li simply tore off his mask and said coldly, just like your lovely sister back then. She was more talented than you, but more innocent than you. Wasn't my sister defiled by pirates? Situ Hongyan's body trembled. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought of such a terrifying possibility. Now that things have come to this, there's no harm in telling you. Your sister was fancied by our young island master, Mo Xiaoyu, but she didn't know what was good for her. Our young island master is a very domineering person. Naturally, he would force himself on her. Monk Li sneered and said, Of course your sister knew about the matter of framing the pirates. She even ran to the island master and asked him to uphold justice. How innocent and naive do you think she is? Didn't she understand that the island master is the young island master's biological father? How could he punish his own son for her? Thus, the pirates became scapegoats and were killed. In order to take revenge, your sister actually committed suicide in the young island master's room. Unfortunately, the first one to discover her was this old man. So this became a secret. Mo Xiaoyu. Situ Hongyan's body emitted a cold aura. She had almost fallen into a state of madness. She suddenly rushed forward and stabbed her sword at Monk Li. Ling Xiao wanted to stop her, but he couldn't. Die. Monk Li didn't show any mercy. A blooming flower was dazzled by this filthy hand. Situ Hongyan flew backward, with a terrible wound on her abdomen. It seemed that she wouldn't survive. Ling Xiao didn't dodge because of the blood on her body. He jumped and caught Situ Hongyan. The killing intent on his face grew stronger. At this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. Situ Hongyan fell into Ling Zhao's arms. Her white clothes were dyed red with blood. I am sorry. I was too useless. I was too impulsive. She stood up to help Ling Xiao, but in the end, she was tricked by Monk Li because of her impulsiveness. As a result, she was seriously injured and didn't seem to be able to survive. Alas, you've never wronged me. Instead, your performance today really moved me. Even I can't do what you did. Ling Xiao sighed. He kept transferring his heavenly essence into Situ Hongyan's body in an attempt to save her. But it was useless. Monk Li was too ruthless. He didn't want Situ Hongyan to live. Chapter 1294. No, don't waste any more energy. You still have to save your internal strength to escape. Don't die, or I'll be even sadder. I'm going down to accompany my sister. You don't have to be sad. Situ Hongyan found that Ling Zhao's eyes were actually tearing up. At this moment, she felt that even if she died, it would be worth it. I'm not sad. I'm just angry that there are such shameless people and such a shameless sect in this world. Ling Xiao suddenly turned his head and looked at Sung Li and the others with a ferocious expression. He said word by word, "From when I was young until now, I've met many annoying people. But you guys are really the best of the best. Framing me is one thing. After all, we're enemies. But in order to frame the enemy, you tried every possible means to kill your own sect's outstanding disciples. And this is not the first time you've done this. I really want to cut open your hearts and see if they're all black. Ling Xiao, although I really want you to avenge me, and my sister, I know that it's too selfish. So I only hope that you can take my body away and bury me in a beautiful place. Thank you very much." Situ Hongyan's voice had become extremely weak. It was obvious that she was indeed beyond saving. "Don't worry, I'll bury your body in a place you like. But at the same time, I'll avenge you. Ling Xiao, love to kill shameless people. It's an honor for me." Ling Xiao would not let these people go, because these people had completely angered him. "Thank you." Situ Hongyan wanted to dissuade Ling Xiao, but the words were on the tip of her tongue. She only left behind two simple words and said goodbye to the world. A beautiful woman died. The body gradually became cold. How sad was Situ Hongyan? "Cold Plum, take care of Situ Hongyan's body. I'll kill these people." At this moment, it was not a trial, nor was it a fair fight. It was a massacre. So Ling Xiao planned to use all the power he could to kill all these people. Situ Hongyan was a good girl, but it was a pity that she had entered the wrong sect. Her tragedy had been decided the day her sister, Mo Xiaoyu, insulted her. He had nothing to do with Situ Hongyan. They just met by chance. However, he couldn't stand the Emerald Wave Island. He was simply annoyed. Since the heavens were not willing to give this kind of sect retribution, then let him do it. He now had the ability to do so. Kill. It could be said that he was enraged for a beauty. It could also be said that he was simply unhappy with Emerald Ripple Island. In addition, Emerald Ripple Island was originally going to deal with him. At this moment, various factors had gathered together, giving Ling Xiao ample reason to kill. The frightening, murderous aura had already turned into a blood-red remnant cloud, breaking through the horizon, turning the entire ruined temple into a hellish place. "Brat, it's useless to make a fuss. You only have Cold Plum to help you now. Her Highness the Moon Maiden has been stopped by our island master. Princess Yunya is also entangled with trivial matters at the moment. Hua Fuguang and Hua Feiying's troubles have yet to be resolved. Therefore, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Today, you will only end up like Situ Hongyan," the monk said coldly. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer as he said faintly, The island master of Emerald Wave Island must be tired of living. He actually dared to provoke Sister Moon Maiden. Admirable, admirable. Then he added, cut the crap. Today, I will kill as many people as you come. Anyway, you heartless bastards can't even uphold justice for your own sect. What's the point of your existence? Ling Xiao was most annoyed by this kind of unfair treatment. He had suffered such treatment in the Ling family and in the Yuehua school. Therefore, he hated this kind of unfairness to the core. He didn't care whether this attitude was right or not. He only knew that his strength was enough to seek justice for himself and Sidu Hongyan in front of these people. Master, lend me your power for the time being. Ling Xiao used his spirit power to speak to the Yuan Venerate in the Mountain River realm. Are you sure you want to do this? You should know the side effects of this. If I lend you my power, it will definitely cause serious damage to your body. It will also cause your internal force to become impure. Most importantly, and also the most troublesome, it might cause your cultivation base to drop. All your previous hard work will be for naught. You better think carefully. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. It's fine. I've thought it through very clearly. I just want all those bastards to die. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the side effects. Injuries to the body could be recovered. Impure internal force could be tempered again. Even if his cultivation base dropped, he could cultivate again. However, if he didn't kill all these scourges today, not only would his anger be difficult to quell, but there would also be endless trouble in the future. All right, I'll give you my power. The Yuan Venerate agreed. In an instant, Ling Xiao's eyes became even colder and sharper, as if he had become a different person. However, the terrifying killing intent and tenacity in his eyes were enough to prove that it was indeed him. Even without the help of Big Sister Moon Maiden, it's enough to kill all of you. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to have completely lost its color. Every word was filled with a terrifying killing intent that shrouded everyone on Greenwave Island. He wasn't willing to use the power of a Yuan Venerate easily. Besides the side effects, he was also worried that he would become dependent on this power. However, he had to use it against these people today. They could feel the terrifying killing intent and the powerful aura that was disproportionate to Ling Xiao's cultivation base. Everyone on Green Wave Island trembled violently. They knew that Ling Xiao had a few powerful helpers by his side. The reason they had dared to act so impudently against Ling Xiao today was because they knew that apart from Cold Plum, no one else would be able to come here in time to help. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. Ling Xiao's backing seemed to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. How could this fellow's body suddenly erupt with such a powerful force? They couldn't figure it out, nor did they have time to think about it. After all, Ling Xiao had already made his move. Sung Li, Corpse Granny, and the others were ready to defend against the most terrifying attack from Ling Xiao's body. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's actions left them dumbfounded. Ling Xiao arrived beside Situ Hongyan and pointed a finger at her forehead. His aura entered her body, and Situ Hongyan slowly opened her eyes. You can't die. You don't have to die. After obtaining the power of a Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao's medical skills had clearly become stronger. However, the people of Green Wave Island still found it unbelievable that he could bring someone back from the dead. I'm not dead. Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao and felt that her body was very weak. However, she had indeed woken up. I can only say that you're half dead. Your soul has been locked in your spirit realm by me, and your life has been forcibly extended by me for 10 days. However, if you can't find the medicine to extend your life within 10 days, I'm afraid you'll really die. Ling Xiao spoke somewhat helplessly. Chapter 1295. Even though Ling Xiao could help Situ Hongyan come back from the dead, He couldn't do it perfectly. I'm already very satisfied. I can do a lot of things in 10 days. Whether I die or not, we'll talk about it later. Situ Hanyen wasn't disappointed. She had no reason to be disappointed that someone who was supposed to die had an extra 10 days to live. Good. It's good that you can understand. We'll talk about it later. Today, I want you to see how these people die. Ling Xiao first stared at Corpse Grandma. If it weren't for Corpse Grandma, Situ Hongyan wouldn't be half dead, and Ling Xiao wouldn't be framed. Therefore, Corpse Grandma should be the culprit. Cold Plum, you don't need to care about anything else. You just need to take care of Situ Hongyan. Understand? Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Grandma and reminded Cold Plum. Master, don't worry. I will. Cold Plum nodded. As long as Ling Xiao's life wasn't in danger, she would certainly obey Ling Xiao's orders. But if Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would definitely disobey. In her mind, Ling Xiao's life was more important than her orders. Corpse Grandma's face was extremely ugly at this time. She was an expert, so she could naturally feel Ling Xiao's sudden increase in strength. She wasn't afraid of killing intent, but the obvious gap in strength made her unable to have any thoughts of fighting. She actually crawled behind Sung Li in a sorry state. Corpse Grandma? Today, I'll make you a real Corpse Grandma. Under Ling Xiao's cold expression, he actually revealed an even colder smile. This corpse granny often used the corpses of living people to refine puppets. She would never have dreamed that she would one day be turned into a corpse by someone. If you want to kill our Vice Island Master, you have to get through me first. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was a plump but powerful elder of Emerald Ripple Island. Third Grotto Heaven Realm? Ignorant. As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure disappeared. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in an instant. The dignified inner elder of the Green Wave Island, who was at the Third Grotto Heaven Realm, was completely destroyed by Ling Xiao's finger, as if his chest had been burned by fire. His entire body's internal organs seemed to have turned into ashes. A one-hit kill. It seemed to be that simple. It should be known that Ling Xiao could erupt with the strength of a half-step yin-yang grade if he borrowed the power of a Yuan Venerate. Although the effect wouldn't last for long, and there were many side effects, it was still very effective. However, there was no need to doubt its power. Even an ordinary half-step yin-yang realm martial practitioner could easily kill a Third Grotto Heaven realm martial practitioner. Not to mention a monster like Ling Xiao. This scene made the faces of everyone on Emerald Wave Island turn deathly pale. It had to be known that any Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was an elder of Emerald Ripple Island. Moreover, there weren't many of them. Each one was a treasure of Emerald Ripple Island. The death of any one of these people would greatly weaken Emerald Ripple Island. Therefore, they didn't often take action or even leave the island. However, they had only come to the city of Sin this time and encountered Ling Xiao, yet they had actually been killed in an instant. A terrifying thought was born in the hearts of these people. The sprouts of fear seemed to have been stimulated as they grew frantically. If Ling Xiao could kill a Third Grotto Heaven realm martial practitioner so easily, what were sky humans like them in front of Ling Xiao? They probably weren't even worth mentioning. Fear. A strong sense of fear enveloped these people. At this moment, they finally understood how foolish and wrong their judgment had been. What are you afraid of? With me around, Ling Xiao won't be able to kill you. Monk Li stepped forward at the critical moment and glared icily at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little surprised by the current situation, he had also observed that even though Ling Xiao could erupt with such power, he definitely wouldn't be able to last long. Moreover, even with his current strength, he still had the strength to fight. With the help of the others, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could help Corpse Granny recover as soon as possible. As long as Corpse Granny recovered, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The people of Emerald Ripple Island seemed to have been awakened by Monk Li's words. Many of them walked out of their fear. In their eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit and no longer fear. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a sneer. If the other party lost their fighting spirit so quickly, it wouldn't be fun. Only when the other party was full of confidence would it be satisfying to kill them. He admitted that Monk Li was very strong and also saw his weakness of being unable to fight for a long time. However, Monk Li didn't know that he was confident that he could completely destroy all of these people from Emerald Ripple Island in the time it took to fight. There was no need to deliberately deal with Monk Li. Ling Xiao chose to pick on the weak. Anyway, Sidu Hongyan was protected by Cold Plum. Even Monk Li couldn't hurt Cold Plum at all. He didn't need to worry at all. The battle started in an instant. Ling Xiao threw himself at a 7-star sky celestial martialist. A martialist with such a cultivation base used to be in existence he looked up to. However, this person didn't even have a chance to react before he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he had died. Ling Xiao's figure had already thrown himself at another person. Continuous screams were heard from the crowd as the fear that had just subsided reappeared. When Ling Xiao threw himself at a half-step Paradise Realm martialist, this fellow actually lost the courage to resist and chose to run away. However, Ling Xiao's normal speed was much faster than this person's. Furthermore, he currently possessed a portion of the strength of a Yuan Venerate. His speed was so fast that Monk Li couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This half-step Paradise Realm martialist, who was also the pillar of Emerald Ripple Island and an absolute elite, had been killed by Ling Xiao while he was running away. There was no suspense at all. Panic spread. Complete collapse. The people of Emerald Ripple Island couldn't be appeased with just a few words from Monk Li. Monk Li started to regret it. He had actually offended such a monster for the sake of Corpse Granny. Those who weren't as strong as Monk Li and were being chased by Ling Xiao felt even more regret. They couldn't wait for Corpse Granny to die. This was a sect that had no morals, etiquette, justice, honor, or shame. If they could abandon Sidu Hongyan, they could also abandon Corpse Granny. As long as it was beneficial to them, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon their own mother. Many people fled from Corpse Granny's side, isolating her completely. Ling Xiao's target finally turned to Corpse Granny. A huge Taotai appeared behind him. There was a silent and empty sound coming from that side of the world. Above Taotai, an incomparably terrifying sword intent of destruction and massacre was released. At the moment, Ling Xiao was a true sword demon, a terrifying killing god, a peerless killing sword. Corpse Granny's lips started to tremble. She realized that even Monk Li was avoiding her. It was as if her body was covered with a plague virus. Anyone who touched her would be poisoned to death. Chapter 1296. Corpse Granny did not expect that one day she would fall into such a situation where she was deserted by everyone. Do you regret it? Are you afraid? But it's too late. When you framed me and framed Sidu Hongyan, you should have understood how miserable your end would be. Now, it's just your retribution. So, accept it with peace of mind. Suddenly, the huge Taotai waved its claws at Corpse Granny. Those huge claws actually condensed the energy of Ling Xiao's 9 cauldron sword domain. Every fingernail was a huge sword containing a terrifying, murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Corpse Granny used the last of her strength to grab a few disciples of Emerald Wave Island through the bones in front of her, trying to use their lives to block the danger for her. Unfortunately, these people were torn apart by the sharp sword chi in an instant. It was as if they were torn apart by 5 horses. That kind of scene was really terrifying. Run. If we don't run, we'll die. There's no need for us to accompany Corpse Granny to die. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exposed the true colors of the people of Emerald Wave Island. Each and every one of them was as timid as a mouse and shameless without a bottom line. Ling Xiao really went on a killing spree. It was as if he had entered a no-man's land, slaughtering the people of Emerald Wave Island to his heart's content. Not only that, the huge skeleton soldiers waved their sickle-like weapons to harvest lives. A small butterfly danced in the crowd. Every time it touched a person, a life would be completely burned. The butterfly girl and the helpers that Ling Xiao summoned through the eye of the tomb of the god of sin were also extremely powerful. Except for Sung Li, they could almost slaughter everyone else. Now you want to escape. Unfortunately, it's too late. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not the slightest sympathy or pity. 9 Cauldron Sword Domain. As his voice fell, the huge 9 cauldrons suppressed the space within a radius of more than 10 meters. Streaks of terrifying sword chi scrutinized every disciple of Emerald Wave Island. A few tried to escape, but the sword chi mercilessly pierced through their bodies and killed them on the spot. What kind of sword domain was this? It was simply a demon domain. The disciples of Emerald Wave Island were completely stunned. They had heard of how terrifying Ling Xiao was, but they had never thought that Ling Xiao would be such a terrifying fiend. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have provoked this guy. Since you've already done something, you have to bear the consequences. Therefore, all of you will die here. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like ice crystals that came out of his mouth inch by inch. Every word made people tremble all over. The shadow sword appeared in his right hand, and a monstrous sword intent filled the sword domain. Die! As the shadow sword fell, the sword chi in the sword domain also shot out. In just an instant, dozens of Jade Wave Island's disciples were pierced through by the sword. Furthermore, the location of the stab was exactly the same. They were all at the throat. They were all the most fatal spots. Death was actually so simple. In this small space, the sky and earth were dyed red. Corpse Granny stared blankly at all of this. She seemed to finally understand what her biggest miscalculation about Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao was not a hero at all. He was just a person who acted according to his own ideas. This kind of person was the most terrifying. He was willful and reckless, unrestrained. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? I thought that since you've been playing with other people's corpses, you wouldn't be afraid of death at all. I didn't expect you to be afraid of death yourself. Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Granny indifferently. At this time, except for Sung Li and Corpse Granny, everyone else had been killed. Sung Li was also crippled by the butterfly lady and the skeleton soldiers and was thrown in front of Sidu Hongyan. He's your enemy. If you want, I can let you kill him. Ling Xiao said so. Facing Sung Li, Sidu Hongyan did not hesitate at all and cut off his head with her sword. Not only did Sung Li know about her sister's matter, but he was also an accomplice. Now that Mo Xiaoyu was dead, Sidu Hongyan wanted to avenge her sister, so she had to find Sung Li. She did not give Sung Li a chance to explain. After all, she was not Ling Xiao. She was very worried that she would be tricked by Sung Li's flowery words and would not be able to kill him. After all, she was still too soft-hearted. Now you're the only one left. Do you know why I left you until the end? Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Granny and revealed a sneer. That's because you're more shameless than them, so I prepared a generous gift for you to enjoy. You, don't kill me. I was wrong, I was really wrong. As long as you leave me alive, you can do whatever you want with me. Corpse Granny was now thoroughly regretting her actions. She finally understood that Ling Xiao was more terrifying than she had imagined. He was more like a devil than she had imagined. This guy was not as powerful as the rumors said. He was simply a demon of fear. The expression of a loser appeared on her face. Fear, cowardice, and panic. The domineering, proud, and ruthless aura she had before had all disappeared. Ling Xiao had even killed Sung Li. There was no one on Emerald Wave Island who could stop him. One had to know that the strongest person on Emerald Wave Island was the island master. However, Corpse Granny was very clear in her heart. It was already very good that island master Mo could survive under the Moon Maiden's hands. It was impossible for him to save her. Therefore, at this moment, she could only beg for mercy. She hoped that Ling Xiao could be merciful and spare her life. Beg for mercy? I say, can you have some backbone? Here, this is a pill that I refined. It can help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Then, the two of us can have a fair fight. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and took out a pill and threw it to Corpse Granny. Is it really a recovery pill? Corpse Granny obviously did not believe that Ling Xiao would be so kind. Use it or not, you'll die anyway. Ling Xiao said faintly. The current situation was like this. Corpse Granny had no chance to bargain with him. Even if she knew that it was poison, she probably had to try it. After a moment of silence, Corpse Granny swallowed the pill into her mouth. A moment later, her face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha, kid, you're not bad. You actually dared to give me such a miraculous pill. Now that I'm awake, you're in trouble. Corpse Granny suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent smile on his face. So soon, you're so smug? It seems that you only have this little ability. Kid, I know that you have more people, and I'm not a match for you. But I'm afraid you don't know that even the island master would be afraid of my trump card. Corpse Granny seemed very calm. Oh, so you think you can kill us? Ling Xiao asked back. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. The Corpse Granny in front of him did not know that her life was actually in his hands. Chapter 1297. I'm not sure if I can kill you. After all, you're too powerful. No one knows what new abilities you'll have. Corpse Granny laughed, but you can definitely help me escape from here. As long as I escape, you can just wait for your death. You might not know why Emerald Ripple Island is treating me so well. It's not only because I'm strong enough, but also because I have someone behind me. Oh, which major force? Black Water Immortal Island or Water God Temple? Ling Xiao asked. You don't need to know that. You just need to know that you've done something stupid. That's enough. After laughing sinisterly, Corpse Granny suddenly opened her mouth and sucked. The souls of the Emerald Ripple Island disciples that Ling Xiao had killed all left their bodies and rushed towards Corpse Granny. These corpses had just died in battle, and their souls had yet to leave. Now, they were occupied by Corpse Granny. As the souls continued to pour in, Corpse Granny's body became bigger and stronger. The most terrifying thing was that the aura she released was getting stronger and stronger. There was a faint feeling of climbing to the Yin-Yang realm, but it was different from the Yin-Yang realm. Finally, Corpse Granny, who had completely absorbed Monk Li's soul, had grown to about 10 meters. Her huge body could create a raging wind with just a breath. With a slight movement of her feet, the ground trembled. The ruined temple could no longer hold her body and was completely destroyed. Ahahaha, see? Ling Xiao, this is my strongest state. Unfortunately, I can only hold 100 souls at most. Otherwise, I would be even stronger than now. Although Corpse Granny's voice was hoarse, it was still a woman's voice. At this moment, her voice was rough and powerful, even more manly than a man's voice. This is interesting. I didn't expect souls to have such an effect. Corpse Granny tried to see Ling Xiao's fear and regret. Unfortunately, all she saw was a smiling face full of interest. It seemed that not only was he not afraid of her, but he was also very interested in her current state. Go to hell, boy. You'll know how powerful I am. Corpse Granny raised her foot and fiercely stomped on Ling Xiao. When the huge foot was raised, it brought the corpses up. Sand and stones flew in the ruined temple. Cold Plum, take Sidu Hongyan out. Ling Xiao said. But, Master, what about you? Cold Plum asked worriedly. Don't worry. Do you really think I'll give her a real healing holy elixir? Dream, but I'm not that stupid. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I'm at ease. Lung Mei carried Sidu Hongyan and flew away. Once outside, she stood directly on the head of Ling Xiao's skeleton soldier and closely observed the situation of the battle. Inside the ruined temple, Corpse Granny looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Her body seemed to be out of her control. Corpse Granny, if I fed you poison, it would make me seem too low level. But if I fed you a healing holy elixir, it would make me seem too stupid. So I fed you a very technical medicine. Now you're under my control. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of making a move. He just looked at the huge Corpse Granny with indifference and disdain. Impossible. It's impossible for such a medicine to exist. Corpse Granny also had a little understanding of pills. In her experience, she had never heard of such a magical pill. While speaking, she tried to attack Ling Xiao again. However, after attacking, she screamed. Ah! Blood fell like a waterfall. Corpse Granny actually cut off her ear. Perhaps the ear was too big, but the amount of blood was also quite shocking. Her strength doubled, and so did the pain. Corpse Granny directly lay on the ground and kept rolling. The bricks and tiles of the ruined temple had been crushed into pieces by her huge body. She let out a loud groan and cry for help, but these couldn't bring her anything. In the distance, Zhang Tianda and the representative of Yan country looked at this scene in horror. Just now, the two of them almost came over. They were ready to reap the benefits. Fortunately, they didn't come over. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably control the current Corpse Granny to attack the two of them. If you don't listen to people and don't want to listen to others' advice, it's useless to keep this ear. Ling Xiao said coldly, Now cut off your other ear. Can you imagine the fear of wanting to cut off your own ear even though you know it's extremely painful? Corpse Granny was experiencing this kind of thing now. She watched helplessly as her hand moved towards her ear. Then the pain came again, and her whole body trembled. Corpse Granny thought that she would never cry again in her life. She thought that her tears had dried up, but today she shed tears of regret and pain. Of course, it couldn't be separated from anger. She regretted provoking Ling Xiao, this little star of misfortune. Moreover, she had provoked him time and time again, as if she was afraid that he would not be willing to deal with her. Now that things had turned out like this, it was all because of her own actions. She was in extreme pain, but there was nothing she could do. She was angry that Ling Xiao didn't give her the slightest sympathy, but she didn't think that during the battle on the long street, she didn't intend to sympathize with Ling Xiao. Even just now, she was still threatening Ling Xiao with words. Kill me! Don't torture me anymore. Corpse Granny howled in pain. She didn't want to continue living in pain like this. She wanted to die, the sooner the better. She couldn't bear this kind of pain. Tell me the power behind you, and I'll give you a quick death. Ling Xiao said indifferently. No, impossible, I can't betray them. Corpse Granny shook her head, as if she was afraid of the huge power behind her. You can't betray them? You're really funny you're about to die, but you're still so protective. Should I say that you're loyal, Or should I say that you're stupid? As Ling Xiao spoke, he snapped his fingers again. Corpse Granny directly dug out one of her eyes. Corpse Granny's body trembled, and she almost blurted out the power behind her. I'll talk, but I'll only talk to you, Corpse Granny finally said when the pain gradually subsided. No problem. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Corpse Granny playing tricks. If he wanted this guy to die, this guy would die. This was the terror of an alchemist. He jumped to Corpse Granny's mouth. Corpse Granny whispered a few words in his ear, but she didn't do anything. Impossible. Ling Xiao was confused. It's true, what I said is true. You're so powerful, so you should know that I'm not lying. Now, I beg you, give me a quick death. I don't want to go on like this. Corpse Granny said loudly. Chapter 1298. All right, since you're so cooperative, I'll fulfill my promise. Ling Xiao leaped dozens of meters away and snapped his fingers again. Corpse Granny's body exploded on the spot. She was smashed to pieces. The storage ring that had shrunk again fell to the ground and was picked up by Ling Xiao. This Corpse Granny's storage ring was really unusual. Most of the things inside were preserved corpses, some spirit stones, and a book called Hell Reincarnation Technique. This should be a type of witchcraft. Unlike martial arts, its use required special conditions. Ling Xiao directly stuffed it into his storage ring and did not look at it. He could study it when he had time. There were a lot of spirit stones in Monk Li's storage ring. This guy was obviously a greedy guy. Not only that, there was also a book in his storage ring. It should be a martial arts secret book called Paradise Sutra. The use of this martial arts secret book was very simple. It was to assist martial artists in condensing and strengthening their paradise domain. For the current Ling Xiao, it was very suitable. He took it without hesitation. In addition to the storage rings of the other people on Jade Wave Island, he had obtained a lot of martial arts. When he returned to the Sky Dragon continent in the future, he could put them in the Sky Martial Hall of the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao was very clear that the most important thing for a powerful country was not the population or territory, but the experts. Therefore, when the Celestial Empire was established, he set up the Sky Martial Hall. This Sky Martial Hall was not only responsible for the affairs of the martial artists in the world, but it would also collect all kinds of martial arts as long as one was a citizen of the Celestial Empire. From the age of 3, one could receive free martial arts education for 12 years. After that, it would depend on one's luck. In this way, the young men and women of the Celestial Empire would not miss the best period of cultivation because of their family background. If there were people with outstanding results after the 12 years of free martial arts education, they could be recruited to the Heaven's Chosen Academy, Celestial Empire Academy, Sky Martial Hall, and other places to further their studies. Ling Xiao encouraged the development of sections. In addition to the country's efforts to establish a few martial arts sacred grounds, powerful martial artists could also receive support from the government to establish their own sects or academies. Now, it was not only Ling Xiao who was searching for martial arts secret books everywhere. Other martial artists in the Celestial Empire were doing the same. They could be seen at many auctions. They could also be seen in many adventurer teams. This was the hope for the revival of the Heavenly Empire, and no one dared to slack off. Everyone is working hard, hoping to make the Heavenly Empire stronger. After all, they were surrounded by powerful enemies. It was unrealistic to rely solely on arrays to protect themselves. They still needed enough powerful cultivators. Let's get back to the main topic. At this moment, the people from Emerald Ripple Island were all killed in the dilapidated temple. The two Vice Island masters brought a group of powerful warriors to the city of Sin. On one hand, they wanted to find the Imperial Jade Seal. On the other hand, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge the dead disciples of Emerald Wave Island. However, Neither of these things were accomplished. In this ruined temple, they all became ghosts under Ling Zhao's sword. The cause of the matter was not complicated. The process was also very simple. Corpse Granny framed Ling Xiao, and in the end, Ling Xiao was enraged and slaughtered all of them. Of course, Sidu Hongyan was almost killed, which could be considered as a catalyst. Now, Emerald Wave Island was basically left with Island Master MO and Emerald Wave Sword MOCOM. After this incident, they were destined to be removed from the 7 martial arts sect island, just like Piping Island in the past. Emerald Wave Island had done many things that angered the heavens, so it was impossible for them to not have any enemies. Even if they did not have any enemies, don't forget that they still occupied the resource-rich Emerald Wave Island. There would definitely be forces coveting it. As for whether it was the Black Crow Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire that destroyed it first, Ling Xiao did not care. At this moment, he looked coldly at the corpses on the ground, without the slightest bit of sympathy. He still clearly remembered how arrogant and domineering these people were. They did not give him or Situ Hongyan a chance to explain. Their shamelessness had reached a whole new level. If these people did not die, then the heavens must be blind. At this moment, Ling Xiao was more concerned about Situ Hongyan. Although he had said very coldly that Situ Hongyan's life and death were none of his business, he still could not accept it. Deep down, he could not bear to see Situ Hongyan die just like that. What a joke! If Situ Hongyan died, Ling Xiao would not be able to continue being an apothecary. This was a battle for his reputation. My dear disciple, how do you plan to save her? Don't forget that the elixir pill that can save her currently requires at least a high-grade, dark-grade elixir pill, the Sky Reversal Elixir. Given your strength, it is simply impossible to refine it. Even if I lend my power to you, it will be useless. After all, alchemy is not a battle. It is more difficult. The Yuan Venerate, who naturally understood Ling Zhao's intentions, asked him this via voice transmission. Ling Xiao was already very weak at the moment. He sensed that someone was coveting him in the distance. Thus, he turned back and told Cold Plum, "Let's return to our residence first." If he fainted at this time, then he could only rely on Cold Plum alone. Ling Xiao did not want to become a burden at this time. Thus, he had to return first. On the way, he said to the Yuan Venerate via voice transmission, "Master, I know that I can't save that woman given my current strength. However, you also saw that she was still willing to testify for me under such circumstances. I, Ling Xiao, am not willing to owe anyone a favor. I know you are a good child, so I will help you once more," the Yuan Venerate said. "Although I can't help you refine the Sky Reversal Elixir, there is a type of elixir pill that you can refine yourself. It is called the Turtle Breathing Elixir." Turtle Breathing Elixir? Yes, this elixir pill is only a yellow-grade super elixir. You should be able to refine it. Give it to her first, and she will enter a state of suspended animation. Even if it takes more than 10 days, she will not die and her life force will not be consumed. However, she will always be in a state of suspended animation and will not be able to do anything else. You still have to discuss this with her. The Yuan Venerate replied, "There is no need to discuss. Let's do it this way." Ling Xiao was not a wishy-washy person. He was afraid that Situ Hongyan would hesitate and refuse to agree after discussing it with her. After all, the chances of obtaining the Sky Reversal Elixir were very slim. It would be better for her to live for 7 days. This was probably true for many people. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time explaining anything. He was the one who wanted to save Situ Hongyan, not the other way around. Therefore, even if Situ Hongyan committed suicide on the spot after he saved her, he would not consider it. He only wanted to save her now. It was that simple. Zhang Tianda and the representative of the Swallow Nation finally appeared from the pile of corpses. It had been more than 10 minutes since Ling Xiao had left. They had not dared to come out early because they were afraid. I really can't believe that this was done by Ling Xiao. Are we still going to fight for the imperial ruler's seal? Zhang Qianda asked after taking a deep breath. What are you afraid of? That kid used some unknown technique to suddenly increase his strength. However, he is still weak. Furthermore, the imperial ruler's seal is not in his hands now. Why shouldn't we fight for it? The representative of the Swallow Nation was indeed a member of the Water Sacred Hall. He was still a little bolder. Chapter 1299. Situ Hongyan was fed a turtle breath pill by Ling Xiao and temporarily entered a state of suspended animation. Ling Xiao then put her into the mountain river world. On the surface, there was no difference between suspended animation and death. They were both inanimate objects. It was just that suspended animation wouldn't lead to real death. It was just a temporary state of inanimate objects, and there was a possibility of resurrection in the future. Since it was an inanimate object, it could be put into the mountain river world, just like stones and weapons. This matter could only be solved in this way for the time being. Before the heaven reversal pill was successfully refined, Situ Hongyan needed to sleep for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't have many special feelings for her. He simply felt that this woman didn't deserve to die. If this woman died, Ling Xiao would lose too much face. After dealing with Situ Hongyan's matter, Ling Xiao found Yunya to inquire about some things, some clues about the force behind Corpse Granny. Ghost Shrine. Hearing the name of the force mentioned by Ling Xiao, Princess Yunya's face became very ugly. I didn't expect that Corpse Granny was actually from the Ghost Shrine. No wonder she knows ancient witchcraft. What's the relationship between this Ghost Shrine and the Water Spirit Shrine? Is it that scary? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Of course it's related. The Ghost Shrine, the Water Spirit Shrine, and the other shrines originally belonged to one of the most terrifying forces in the stormy ocean. Later, this force was defeated by the True Demon Empire and scattered to various places in the mystic world. Yunya explained, the Ghost Shrine and the Water Spirit Shrine are two of the major shrines. They may not be as powerful as the True Demon Empire in the past, but today they are invincible sects on the first 3 continents. Perhaps the Ghost Shrine is even stronger. It's located on the Purgatory continent, second only to the Immortal Court continent. Even our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is afraid of you. So that's how it is. No wonder that Corpse Granny was so sure. Hearing what you said, this Ghost Shrine is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao frowned. The Ghost Shrine came from the Purgatory continent, which was second only to the Immortal Court continent among the 13 continents. How could a sect from that place be weak? Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The 13 continents have their own rules. The Ghost Shrine won't send people to Sin City for a mere Corpse Granny, because once they send people from their headquarters, it might cause the entire profound world to be in turmoil. Yunya analyzed. If I'm not wrong, the Ghost Shrine should also have a branch on the White Tiger continent. It's just that this sect's activities are rather mysterious, so there's no detailed information yet. However, one thing is certain. Once they send people over, the weakest will be at least a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm Martial Artist, and the strongest will be an Yin Yang Realm Martial Artist. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. 1 or 2 would be pretty good. If that's the case, then I'm not doomed. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This Ghost God Temple's branch hall was not any weaker than the Water Spirit Temple, and was far stronger than the 7 Martial Sect Island. Becoming enemies with such a force was naturally not a wise thing to do. However, Ling Xiao still didn't regret killing Corpse Granny. On the path of martial arts, one couldn't have fear. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to continue walking. Thank you, Princess Yunya, for clearing my doubts. There's one more thing. I wonder if Princess Yunya has already prepared all the herbs I need. Ling Xiao asked. Since he couldn't leave Sin City for now, Ling Xiao thought that he might as well refine pills in Sin City. Maybe he could leave after a while. These hundreds of thousands of pills were the key to increasing the overall strength of the Divine Capital's army. He had to finish refining them as soon as possible. He didn't dare to say that the Heavenly Empire could be compared to the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Black Crow Empire, but at the very least, it couldn't be worse than the Seven Martial Sect Island. Only then would he have the right to speak on the Divine Phoenix continent. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything. You're considered lucky. Sin City only allows people to enter and not leave, so our herbs can still be transported in. However, with so many pills, do you plan on refining them all by yourself? That's a tough job. Yunya reminded him. There's no other way. I can't find a suitable helper for the time being. Ling Xiao was obviously lying when he said that he couldn't find a helper. His master, Yuan Venerate, was the best helper, but there were some things that couldn't be said out loud. Even Princess Yunya was no exception. You're amazing, but this is also good. Sin City is closed anyway, so it's impossible for you to leave. Refining these pills is indeed the best opportunity. Yunya nodded her head. Can I ask what kind of pills you want to refine? Yunya suddenly asked. Just these. Ling Xiao immediately gave her a list. On it were the 6 types of pills he wanted to refine. Yunya was shocked when she saw the list. Good fellow, having a good alchemist is awesome. These 6 types of pills, 3 of them are for Skyman realm martialists, right? After a moment of shock, Yunya praised, with this combination of pills, a Skyman realm martialist can directly advance by at least 1 major realm. At best, it might even be possible to advance by 2 major realms. Most importantly, there are no side effects. I'm really envious of the martialists of your celestial empire. Princess Yunya knows a lot about pills. You even know about combination pills. Ling Xiao smiled. I know a little. The other 3 types of pills are for Sky Passage realm martialists, right? Ordinary Grotto Heaven realm martial artists would be able to greatly increase their cultivation speed and overall strength. Talented Grotto Heaven realm martial artists might even be able to increase their cultivation by an entire realm without any side effects. You are quite ambitious. Princess Yunya continued her analysis. Ling Xiao didn't hide his ambition at all. He smiled and said, Don't forget that I'm the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I once made a great wish to rebuild the glory of the human race. If I can't achieve this great wish, I won't be able to break through to the pinnacle of the martial way. This is ambition, but it's also a plan. These pills are only needed by the army of Shendu. When the Celestial Empire becomes stronger in the future, I believe that more alchemists will be willing to go there. When that time comes, all the martialists of the Celestial Empire will be able to use these outstanding pills. What a terrible guy. He's so pure that he doesn't consider whether he will fail or not. This kind of person is the most terrible. Yunya was shocked. Some so-called smart people would bypass difficulties when they encountered difficulties. When they encountered problems that they thought they couldn't solve, they would give up and say that they were wise enough. Therefore, these smart people would never achieve great things. Although they failed less in their lives, they would never stand at the top. People like Ling Xiao might fail many times and suffer many blows, but as long as he didn't sink or die, it was inevitable that he would eventually succeed and set foot on the top. If there's a need, I can help you. Princess Yunya might have been impressed by Ling Xiao's impassioned ideals, so she said with a little excitement, Chapter 1300. Thank you, Princess Yunya. I have designed a complete set of alchemy mechanisms, but some of the materials are hard to find, so I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao designed a complete alchemy assembly line according to the memory in his mind. It could allow some low-level alchemists to work together to refine pills of a much higher level. However, this assembly line needed some automatic mechanisms and equipment. He had already prepared the design, so the next step was to find the materials and try it out. Once he succeeded, alchemy would become easier in the future. Although Princess Yun, you didn't know what this so-called alchemy assembly line was, she believed that what Ling Xiao said would definitely not be something ordinary. Therefore, she nodded very cooperatively and said, "Don't worry, make the list. I'll think of a way to find the materials." Ling Xiao nodded, and then gave a detailed list to Yunya. TSK. Although the things on your list aren't too expensive, they are very complicated. I'm afraid others won't be able to find them. However, this is what our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does, so there won't be a problem. Yunya was amazed by the things on the list. She couldn't wait to see what Ling Xiao's so-called assembly line mechanism looked like. Thank you very much. Next, I will go into seclusion to refine pills. I'll have to trouble Yunya to help me turn away all the guests. No matter who comes, I won't see them. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "No problem. It's just that the island master of Jade Wave Island came to negotiate with Her Highness the Moon Maiden and was driven away. I'm afraid he will come back again." Yunya frowned. "It's okay. Jade Wave Island has been destroyed. Now, it doesn't matter how many people come. I'm only concerned about whether the pills can be refined successfully. Goodbye." Ling Xiao returned to his room and created a small space isolation array. Then he began to refine pills. He didn't want to stay for a moment, because in the city of Sin, he had seen too many powerful forces. If he was alone, he would never be able to fight against these forces. He had to improve the overall strength of the Heavenly Empire. This was a matter of great urgency. Jade Wave Island, thousands of miles of waves and thousands of miles of sea. This was a place with pleasant scenery and was very suitable for cultivation. Jade Wave Island, which had a history of more than 200 years, was now in a gloomy mood. Everyone was in no mood to cultivate under the beautiful scenery, let alone enjoy the scenery. The young master of Emerald Ripple Island, Emo Tsong, stood on top of the cliff. Behind him were 4 people in aqua blue robes. His face was ashen and filled with anger. Vice Island Master Corpse Granny was killed, Vice Island Master Sung Li was killed, and even his father Emo Cho was injured by the Moon Lady. A group of elites who went to the City of Sin. Other than his father, who was still alive, everyone else had died. This encounter caused Jade Wave Island to completely degenerate into a last-rate sect. The pirates who had never dared to provoke Jade Wave Island in the past were now coming to harass them. This annoyed him to no end. What he could not accept the most was that the person who caused this situation was not some master, but a mere Ling Xiao, a mere human who climbed up from the bottom of the Sky Dragon continent. I agree. As long as you can help me kill Ling Xiao, Jade Wave Island will join the Water Spirit Palace. Taking a deep breath, Emo Tsong looked back at the 4 people in aqua blue robes and said, "Hee, young master is indeed wise. Since this is the case, Jade Wave Island will temporarily be under the care of the Water Spirit Palace. I believe no more pirates will dare to come here, but will your father agree?" One of the aqua blue robes said with a smile, "Even though Jade Wave Island was like a starving camel, as long as Jade Wave Island Master Emo Cho did not die, Jade Wave Island would not completely fall. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse." Because of this, the Water Spirit Palace sent experts to discuss Jade Wave Island's submission with Emo Cho. Don't worry, before father left, he handed over all matters of Jadewave Island to me. This is his wish. Even though the current Mo Tsong was extremely depressed and annoyed, he had to do this, because this was the only way for Jadewave Island to survive. Just wait, as long as I get the Imperial Jade Seal. No matter if it's the Water Spirit Palace or that Ling Shao, they will all die. Mo Tsong's desire to get the Imperial Jade Seal was more than killing Ling Shao. Of course, his father Mo Cho had the same intention. As of now, this was the only path they could take. If he couldn't get the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could only submit to the Water Spirit Palace. Even though he was living under someone else's roof, at least he could find a backer. It was another busy day. The smell of blood was everywhere in the city of Sin. Right now, the city of Sin was the most dangerous place. The warriors who came here could not only not leave, but could also be killed. But there were still warriors who came one after the other. It was as if death was no threat to them. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. A tattered-looking ship docked at the harbor of the city of Sin. Then, a group of strange people wearing prison uniforms and bronze masks walked down from the ship. Their hands and feet were all chained up. At the end of the chains was a giant iron lock. When these strange people walked over, the chains dragged on the ground, creating a pit that was at least 1 to 2 feet deep. They looked like they were walking very slowly, but in reality, they were walking very quickly. Outside the gates of the city of Sin, many people had set up camp. They were all here for the Imperial Jade Seal. No one organized them, but these people all had the same goal. They could only enter the city of Sin, but not leave. At this time, they had already noticed the group of strange people not far away. Their faces became tense, and the weapons in their hands were all drawn. The guards here were all experts, and there were even Yin-Yang realm experts. So no matter who came, they would not be afraid. But the strange people's bodies were moving faster and faster. Under the strange bronze masks, no expression could be seen. Only a pair of red eyes were terrifying. Some warriors couldn't help but open up a path. As long as these people went in and didn't come out, it would be fine. It was better to have less trouble. Some warriors who weren't very strong actually wanted the city of Sin to be in chaos. The more chaotic it was, the better. That way, they would have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Everyone was willing to reap the benefits of the fishermen's quarrel. But when the strange people got close, something terrifying happened. Kill! The strange people let out an ugly shout, as if their vocal cords had been destroyed. At that moment, dozens of chains flew up, and the giant iron locks smashed into the guards. Those martial artists were smashed into minced meat in an instant. Stop. If you want to enter the city, then enter. Why do you have to kill here? The Yin-Yang realm warrior guarding the city gate finally stood up, even though he was the most insignificant one in the Yin-Yang realm. But this kind of cultivation meant that he was powerful. Chapter 1301. Even if he had just entered the Yin-Yang realm, he was still in the Yin-Yang realm. In the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, he was definitely a top-notch expert. Even in the White Tiger continent, he was definitely a top-notch existence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a chain had already pierced his throat. A Yin-Yang realm martial artist was actually killed so easily. The chain extended from a palanquin. There was actually a coffin inside the black palanquin, exuding a gloomy aura. The palanquin was carried by 4 strong little giants. These 4 little giants were also wearing prison uniforms. They were 4 to 5 meters tall, and their huge bodies were frightening. However, the palanquin was even bigger. When they carried it, it didn't seem out of place at all. Run! Since the Yin-Yang realm martial artist had been killed, the rest of the people didn't dare to stay here. They all fled into the city. However, no one succeeded in leaving. Behind the black palanquin, more than 10 fierce black dogs pounced out. These black dogs exuded an aura of death. Their eyes were red, and they were very large. They were more than 2 meters tall, just by standing there. The black dogs caught up with the martial artists and directly pinned them down. Then, they bit off the throats of the martial artists. In an instant, only 1/3 of the martial artists guarding the door were left. However, these people didn't seem to have any intention of killing them all. The ones left were Heaven Realm martial artists, whom they looked down on. This strange and terrifying combination had openly entered the city of Sin. The surviving cultivators were panting in horror. Many of them had even lost control of their bowels and bowels. Who were these terrifying people? They now had a strong desire to escape the city of Sin. However, on the surface of the sea, the powerful pirates had already sealed off the nearby sea. Even if they left the city of Sin, they couldn't leave the sea. In Ling Zhao's room, the fire flickered. Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luiying had been guarding outside. Other than Princess Yunya, who had been here a few times, no one else could easily enter. As for the Moon Lady, after defeating the island master of Jade Wave Island, Macho, she went into seclusion again. Unless Ling Xiao was in danger, she probably wouldn't come out easily. Suddenly, a burst of medicinal fragrance came from the room. Princess Yun, you couldn't help but show a bitter expression. This Ling Xiao was simply a monster among monsters, not only in martial arts, but also in alchemy. At the alchemy conference, he had displayed his alchemy skills. Here, he displayed his alchemy speed. Hundreds of thousands of pills were successfully refined in 3 days. Perhaps even Medicine King's son, Sa, could not guarantee such a speed. However, Ling Xiao could. Princess Yun, you didn't see the whole process of Ling Zhao's alchemy, but she guessed that it had an inseparable relationship with Ling Zhao's streamlined alchemy. That kind of alchemy process was very scientific, almost not wasting a minute or a second. When refining a small number of pills, it might not be able to show its power. But when it was refined into medicinal pills in batches, the effects were very obvious. In this regard, Ling Xiao was definitely much stronger than Sun Zai. She didn't know where Ling Zhao's knowledge came from, just like how she was completely shocked by the alchemy mechanism designed by Ling Xiao. Relying on this set of mechanisms, the alchemist could completely free himself from the tedious refining process, and thus research a new and better pill, or improve the quality of the pill without having to waste all of his time on refining. This was definitely a very terrifying innovation for the pharmacist industry. Yun, you even felt that whoever mastered this technology would control the future of the mystic world. She now felt more and more that her original decision was correct. Cooperating with Ling Xiao, a guy with endless new ideas, would always give her surprises. In the room, Ling Zhao's face also showed a satisfied smile. After this batch of pills was successfully refined, although the strength of his heavenly empire wouldn't make a qualitative leap, it would at least improve a lot. At that time, the heavenly empire would be on an equal footing with the 7 martial arts sect island. It was important for a person to be strong, but it was equally important for a country to be strong. If hundreds of thousands of Heaven Realm warriors attacked at the same time, together with a formation, it was possible to kill a Yin Yang Realm warrior, not to mention a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Putting away the pills, Ling Xiao stretched his body and then walked out of the room. Congratulations, young hero Ling, the pills are finally refined successfully. Princess Yunya smiled and walked forward. Thank you. Have the materials for the puppet mechanisms been prepared? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. The city of Sin has been turned upside down these past few days. It's completely chaotic, even more chaotic than before. Princess Yunya shook her head and said, "We can't send any messages out." "Is that so?" "Don't worry. It won't be too late to do this after leaving the city of Sin." "Is Sister Yuenu still in seclusion?" Ling Xiao looked at the room next to him. The power of the moon made him feel very comfortable. "Yes, she's still in seclusion." Yunya nodded. "Tell me about the situation these past 3 days. I've been busy refining pills and haven't had the time to pay attention to the outside world. How's Island Master Macho? What did Zhang Tianda and Representative Yen do?" Ling Xiao asked. "Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you." Yunya smiled and said, "Now, the city of Sin has become a battleground for all the major forces. It's a complete mess. In order to protect the Imperial Jade Seal, the Water Spirit Temple sent powerful warriors again. The Sky Sea Pearl and Protector Zhongshui have been protected and are healing. The Water Spirit Temple didn't come to cause trouble for me?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "No, they're already having a hard time protecting the Imperial Jade Seal. They won't have the chance to cause trouble for you." Yunya shook her head and said, "Besides the Water Spirit Temple, there's an even stronger and more terrifying force. It's the Ghost Temple that you were worried about before. They also sent people here." "They really came. Are they also here for the Imperial Jade Seal?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. The Ghost Temple and the Water Spirit Temple are the two most powerful forces in the city of Sin. The Water Spirit Temple is still okay. They only want to protect the Imperial Jade Seal. But the Ghost Temple's actions are much more strange. Many warriors were killed by them without even offending them. The strange thing is that after they killed these people, their souls were taken away. It's exactly the same as the corpse granny." Princess Yunya reminded him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "It seems that the corpse granny wasn't lying. She really does have the support of the Ghost Temple." "Yes, but these two forces didn't send all their people. So, the major forces of the Divine Phoenix continent and the nearby seas still have a chance to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal." Princess Yunya nodded and said, "Right now, the city of Sin is in a delicate balance." Chapter 1302. Yunya analyzed Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College, Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Court, Black Crow Empire, Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, and Blackwater Immortal Island have all sent people over. In addition, Jade Ripple Island's Macho seems to have colluded with Water God Hall. This time, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for you." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "This is already within my expectations. However, the current situation isn't clear, so they shouldn't take the initiative to attack me. Otherwise, once I continue to weaken their strength, they will fall into a disadvantageous position in the fight for the Imperial Ruler's Seal. This Imperial Ruler's Seal is truly a disaster. Because of this item, people who were originally minding their own business have all started killing each other. In these 3 days, the city of Sin has turned into a river of blood. It has truly become a purgatory." Hua Fuguang added, "You say it's a disaster, but in the eyes of others, it's a treasure." Ling Xiao secretly smiled. Fortunately, he had used the cicada shedding technique to throw the blame away. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Moon Maiden, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. An immemorial treasure and a human king's note, this attraction was not ordinary. Don't tell me they plan to continue like this, and in the end, no one will get any benefits? Ling Xiao asked. Not at all. Yunya shook her head and said, Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing made a suggestion. Instead of fighting to the death, why don't everyone study the secret of the Imperial Ruler's Seal together? Whoever studies the Human King's note first will get the Imperial Ruler's Seal. However, the note has to be shared. Not everyone wanted to conquer the world, but every martial artist wanted to obtain the Human King's Note. If the Human King's Note was made public, then most of the martial artists would lose their target, and the killing would naturally stop. These two are powerful, but will Water God Hall be so obedient? Ling Xiao asked. This is not up to Water God Hall. You should know that Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing are the most outstanding alchemists in the previous 3 continents and the strongest in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Not only are they powerful, they also have many friends. If they gave the order, most people would agree. If the Water God Temple really didn't agree, they would be annihilated by other forces. Right now, other than the Ghost Shrine, all the other forces in the City of Sin have agreed to this suggestion. The Ghost Shrine is really something. They probably want to kill us halfway, and they don't want to cooperate with others. Ling Xiao smiled and said, but these people should only be Ghost Shrine's branch martial artists in the White Tiger continent. Are they really that confident? It's not confidence. It's just that they are truly powerful. At least after being in the City of Sin for so long, they have killed so many people, yet not a single one of them has been injured. This is a miracle. Yunya smiled bitterly and said, they are now the only variable. Young Hero Ling, do you plan to join in the fun? Yes, why not? Ling Xiao naturally had to go. The reason was simple. If he didn't go, people would doubt the authenticity of the imperial ruler's seal. After all, that thing used to be in his hands. If he didn't show a little bit of nervousness, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Why do I feel like the biggest variable isn't the Ghost Shrine, but you? Princess Yunya smiled and said. Ling Xiao also smiled and didn't say anything. If it was beneficial to him, he didn't mind being a disruptor. Under the leadership of the King of Medicine, Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and Elder Chang Lu, most of the martial artists began to gather at the Changlu Plaza. The killing between each other became less and less until it finally stopped. The Ghost God Palace also stopped their slaughter. It wasn't that they suddenly decided to be kind. It was because they had no other choice. When all the martial artists gathered together, if they acted rashly, they would be very unlucky in the end. They were arrogant, but they weren't stupid. They didn't want to waste their energy. The Water God Shrine hadn't appeared yet, but they were just observing. If most of the martial artists agreed to this decision, they wouldn't reject it. For the past few days, they had been studying the secret of the imperial ruler's seal, but they still couldn't find the key to solving it. Since they couldn't solve it, they might as well borrow the power of the heroes in the world. What they were more worried about now was that if they stood out too early, they would be targeted. Therefore, waiting was not a bad choice. In an instant, the City of Sin that was filled with blood and gore suddenly became peaceful. But this harmony was like the calm before the storm. It always gave people a very oppressive feeling. This kind of oppressive feeling made it difficult for many people to breathe. Finally, the sky gradually darkened, but the Changlu Plaza was brightly lit. All kinds of illumination magic treasures and special illumination arrays made the place as bright as day. Ling Xiao and Lung Mei stood in the middle of the crowd. They were dressed very plainly, as if they were two insignificant people. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that it was actually the two of them. At this time, Ling Xiao had his eyes closed. His soul had already flown out of his body and was wandering around the Changlu Plaza, inquiring for information. Those who didn't know would think that he was sleeping there, but they didn't know. In fact, he was completely aware of the situation in the plaza. Within a radius of a few kilometers, even the slightest breeze couldn't escape the detection of his soul force. If someone could see Ling Xiao's soul power, they would discover that his soul power had weaved a fine net in a radius of several kilometers. It was like a spider's web, but much finer. No matter who it was that touched the net, he would be able to clearly capture the information. He had used this method of using soul power when he was hiding from enemies in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, but he was still weak at that time. Now that he was using it with the cultivation of a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist, it was very powerful, coupled with the Tai Chi. No matter who it was, even if they held their breath, they couldn't escape his dual perception. In terms of perception, he was even more terrifying than an Yin-Yang realm martial artist. At this time, the Changlu Plaza seemed to have become his Grotto Heaven domain. The Water God Temple is here. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Somewhere in the distance, two clear images were reflected in his mind. One of them was dressed in bright and luxurious clothes. It was Zhang Tianda. The other person was dressed in a water blue robe. It was the representative of the Yen Kingdom. These two people had been scheming to kill Ling Xiao recently. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to succeed. No, only these two people have appeared. It seems that they are probing. Ling Xiao smiled. Since these two people wanted to attend the meeting with two blades, he would take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of them. With Cold Plum's cooperation, killing these two people would be as easy as flipping his hand. Previously, they didn't have a chance, so they were jumping around outside. Now that there was a chance, Ling Xiao didn't want to miss it. Chapter 1303. So what if Zhang Tianda and Representative Yen had Water Spirit Temple behind them? Now that they couldn't even protect themselves, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Cold Plum, get ready. Ling Xiao smiled at Cold Plum beside him, conveying his meaning with his expression. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't need to speak at all, quietly disappearing into the darkness. Brother Yen, we won't be tricked, right? Now, that Water Spirit Temple is the target of public criticism. If these people attack together, won't we die without a burial place? Zhang Tianda asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Those people want the Imperial Jade Seal, not Water Spirit Temple. If necessary, we will throw the Imperial Jade Seal out. Representative Yen said. I hope so, but recently we've been really unlucky. Zhang Tianda was quite unhappy. Ever since he came to the city of Sin and supported Representative Yen, his days of bad luck had come. First, he was defeated by Ling Xiao. Then, he was removed from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and was even hunted down. Later, when he tried to rely on the Imperial Jade Seal to make a comeback, he found that this was no longer a game he could participate in. There were too many experts, and he was just a small fish among them. He thought that by submitting to Water Spirit Temple, he could at least save his life, but he didn't expect to be sent to complete such a dangerous mission. Who could understand the bitterness in his heart? All of this originated from that Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to question Water Spirit Temple, but all of his hatred was added to Ling Xiao. If he could see Ling Xiao die, he would be very happy. There are really a lot of trash who aren't afraid of death. A mere sky realm martial artist dares to covet the Imperial Jade Seal. Aren't they afraid of dying without a burial place? At this time, Zhang Tianda had already noticed most of the martial artists in the crowd. Although there were many Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, Sky realm martial artists still accounted for the majority. This was going to be a high-class battle. The normally mysterious Grotto Heaven realm cultivators came out of nowhere for the Imperial Jade Seal and the Sovereign Personage's notes. Brother Zhang is right. If one's cultivation base hasn't reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm, then one doesn't even have the right to participate. Even if it was a martial artist from the first 3 Grotto Heavens, they still had to bear a great risk. While there were few Yin-Yang realm martial practitioners, this battle was undoubtedly their battlefield. Of course, Grotto Heaven realm martial artists also have a slim chance, but Heaven Realm martial artists have no chance at all. The representative of Yen country also sneered, somewhat disdainful of this. Now that some random dog or cat dared to attack their water spirit temple, they would definitely kill all of them when they were free. Who? All of a sudden, a figure appeared within the paradise domain of the crowd. A Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's Grotto Heaven domain could not only be used for combat, but also for scouting the enemy's whereabouts. If someone was hostile towards them, they would immediately discover it. Zhang Tianda was slightly better than the Yen representative, so he quickly discovered the black shadow that was moving quickly towards them. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. It's Ling Xiao, and it's only one person. Is this guy trying to die? At this moment, Ling Xiao did not have the powerful aura that he had when he was in the ruined temple. Zhang Tianda and the Yen representative both knew that Ling Xiao's state was probably due to external help and could not last long. We absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity and take advantage of it to eliminate him. The two of them quickly reached a consensus. They really did not believe that Ling Xiao alone could pose any threat to them. Therefore, the two of them did not react and continued to stand motionless in the crowd, as if they did not notice Ling Xiao's existence at all. The distance between Ling Xiao and them was getting closer and closer. The corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. Furthermore, they were prepared to counterattack. Since Ling Xiao intended to launch a sneak attack, they naturally had to beat him at his own game. The crowd did not notice the situation here because Ling Xiao did not release any killing intent towards them. Their attention was all focused on the high platform. Sitting there were the Medicine King's son Beard and Ji Qing. They were also the initiators of the suggestion this time. The martial artists who came here were not here to fight and kill. Their goal was to share the human king's notes. Of course, there was no lack of people who attempted to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal as well. Two dog thieves, you guys schemed against me time and time again. Today is the day of your death. Go to hell to accompany the corpse Granny. She's very lonely. When Ling Xiao was less than 3 meters away from the Yen representative and Zhang Tianda, an angry bellow suddenly erupted from his mouth. Ha ha ha, what a fool. We dread you not because of you, but because of the people around you. Now, since you're here to court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Tianda and the Yen representative exchanged a glance and revealed an expression of wild laughter at the same time. What they said was the truth. Toward Ling Xiao, they were disdainful. They were only wary of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum by Ling Xiao's side. Today, Ling Xiao had come to court death, so they naturally had to fulfill his wish. The two of them attacked Ling Xiao at almost the same time, using their most ruthless moves. However, during the attack, the two of them actually felt a sense of fear at the same time. By the time they realized that they had been tricked, 2 sharp swords had already pierced their hearts. The fragrance of plum blossoms could be smelled in the air. It's her. The two of them realized that they had been ambushed by Cold Plum. However, Grotto Heaven Realm experts were Grotto Heaven Realm experts after all. Even if their hearts were pierced, they still struggled at death's door and attempted to escape. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's sword was faster than their fleeing movements. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Where do you plan to escape to? A shadow sword easily slit the 2 men's throats. If anyone dares to offend me, they will die without a doubt. That was what Zhang Tianda and the representative of Yen country heard before they died. They had once feared that they would be killed. Perhaps they would die in the chaotic battle for the Imperial Jade Seal. Perhaps they would be killed by the Moon Maiden. Or perhaps they would be killed by Cold Plum. However, they had never thought that they would die under Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao's sword was vicious and ruthless. As long as one was stabbed, There was basically no hope of survival. 2 Grotto Heaven realm experts had died in such an inexplicable manner before they could do anything, although they were very unwilling to accept it. What was the use of that? They were already dead, so there was no point in being unwilling to accept it. Because Ling Xiao had isolated the space here, no one noticed this battle. Even those experts hiding in the shadows did not pay attention to the situation here. Their goal was only the Imperial Jade Seal. After taking away Zhang Tianda and the Yen representative's storage rings, Ling Xiao could not help but smile in satisfaction. Zhang Tianda was truly worthy of being the person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Divine Phoenix continent. This guy was truly greedy. In addition to many precious herbs and refining materials, there was also a large number of spirit stones in the storage ring. This immediately made Ling Xiao's possession of spirit stones rich again. Chapter 1304. Representative Yen was inferior to Zhang Tianda, but he also plundered quite a bit of the pirates' income. All kinds of strange treasures were quite a lot. Killing these 2 people and collecting the storage rings, Ling Xiao was still mixed in the crowd with cold plum. It was as if nothing had happened. The majority of this crowd were just Deva Realm martial artists. Mixing in the hands of these people, it was easier to hide their identities. As the sky became darker and darker, the lights became brighter and brighter. The water god temple's people finally appeared once more. This time, those who came were no longer cannon fodder, but Protector Zhongshui and the Heavenly Sea Pearl, as well as several experts from the Water God Temple. Of course, this was not all of them either. Once all of their strength was exposed, it would be very easy to be targeted. Sun Sa, Ji Qing, this old man accepts your suggestion and is willing to take out the Imperial Jade Seal for everyone to study together. The one who spoke was the Water God Temple's protector, Zhongshui. It was not that they were afraid. It was just that because their painstaking exploration was fruitless, so they wanted to borrow these people's strength. Putting it bluntly, it was using each other. No one was a fool, but there were quite a few greedy people. People with poor cultivation might not have bad eyesight. With more people, there would always be someone who could discover some secrets. Good. Protector Zhongshui's choice will save us from a lot of bloodshed and sacrifice. This is considered an absolutely correct choice to benefit the martial artist world. The Medicine King's son, Sa, stood up, giving off an unfathomable aura. In the crowd, Ling Xiao could not help curling his lips, saying it in a dignified manner, but actually wasn't it just wanting to get the human king's notes? This guy was really a hypocrite. That's right. Let's start sharing the imperial ruler's seal. I have a magic treasure here that can transmit the information of the imperial ruler's seal to everyone here. If any secrets are discovered, the magic treasure will alert you. If anyone wants to keep the secret for themselves, don't blame us for being rude. Ji Qing also stood up and took out a strange-looking magic treasure and said, although he was also an otherworldly expert, he still could not avoid being attracted by the Imperial Jade Seal. Moreover, he represented the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the end. He naturally had to do some things. Protector Zhongshui nodded his head and threw the Imperial Jade Seal up, then controlled it with internal force, making it land steadily at the location of the magic treasure. However, Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, suddenly frowned. His soul power captured a powerful and terrifying aura. This aura was not only gloomy, but also eerie, as if it had truly come from the depths of hell. Then, everyone saw a black palanquin appear. A pitch-black chain cut through the night sky and took the Imperial Jade Seal away. This palanquin was carried by 4 small giants. It was cold and awe-inspiring. No one knew who was sitting inside because there was only a bronze coffin that looked very heavy. Around the black palanquin were a dozen black hounds of ghosts and deities, and dozens of strange-looking prisoners. Just like the massacre at the city gate, they actually showed up. The people of the ghost shrine took away the imperial jade seal in front of so many martial artists. He really did not put the martial artists here in his eyes. Soon, they were surrounded by the martial artists. No one was willing to let them go after taking away the imperial jade seal. The water god temple was like this, and so was the ghost god temple. The ghost shrine might have a great reputation, but they were not people from the main hall, so they could not have a complete deterrent effect. Moreover, the imperial jade seal was too attractive. Although many people knew that their lives might be in danger, they still wanted to fight for it. Suddenly, one of the prisoners wearing a bronze mask looked in Ling Xiao's direction. He suddenly threw the chain in his hand. The end of the chain smashed through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The powerful and terrifying aura was directed directly at Ling Xiao. However, the first to be unlucky were the martial artists standing in front of Ling Xiao. The chain was too fast. They had no time to dodge and could only block it hastily. However, in just an instant, 4 or 5 martial artists were smashed into meat paste by the huge chain. Even the martial artists who blocked it suddenly felt a black aura sweep through their bodies. In an instant, their bodies began to rot. It was a horrible sight. What a strange attack. What a terrifying martial art. At the same time, the other prisoners made almost the same attack. At this time, Ling Xiao discovered that this guy was not attacking him at all, but indiscriminately killing people. Was this the ghost shrine? Did they want to use this method to show off their strength to all the martial artists in the square? For a time, screams rang out. In a moment, hundreds of Heaven Realm martial artists died, as well as several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. These prisoners were too strong. Just by looking at cultivation, the weakest was at the complete stage of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao could not confirm the strongest for the time being because he did not have the time to confirm. The attack had already arrived in front of him. The chain was only an inch away from his head. However, after a brief moment, Yangming shifted his body horizontally and easily dodged the attack that seemed to be a sure kill. The prisoner wearing the bronze mask seemed a little surprised. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only average among the several people he attacked. The others were either directly smashed to death or corroded by corpse poison. But this brat actually easily dodged his attack. Even the corpse poison was unable to poison him. He suddenly let out a roar, clearly a little angry. Originally, it was just a chain attack and a large-scale attack. At this moment, however, he directly threw out the 2 chains in his hands. Moreover, he only had one target, Ling Xiao. Cold Plum, don't make a move first. Ling Xiao did not let Cold Plum make a move. First, he wanted to temper himself. Second, he was worried that Cold Plum would be poisoned. Do not underestimate this kind of poison. Even if a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was poisoned, it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao was immune to poison, but Cold Plum was not. Cold Plum nodded silently and stood to the side to watch the battle. However, she was also prepared to make a move at any time. Once Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would definitely kill this strange prisoner on the spot. The 2 chains were like heaven-breaking hammers. They smashed through space and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. One aimed for his head and the other for his chest. Humph, you are just the weakest among the prisoners. How dare you force me like this? Do you want to die? Ling Xiao snorted, facing someone who wanted to take his life. Ling Xiao did not intend to hold back. Suddenly, 2 red sun alls appeared in his hands and struck the 2 chains away. His opponent was a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. His cultivation had reached the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm after refining hundreds of thousands of pills. The gap was very small. Facing such an enemy, Ling Xiao had no reason to be afraid. Rage. Absolute rage. 2 attacks were not able to kill a guy whose cultivation was lower than his. This made the prisoner wearing the bronze mask furious. Chapter 1305. Ha! The strange prisoner let out a roar, and countless chains emerged from his body. At a glance, there were at least several hundred chains, and all of them shot toward Ling Xiao. But while he was angry, Ling Xiao was even angrier. Ling Xiao was standing there perfectly fine, but the other party suddenly attacked him indiscriminately and even wanted to kill him. The first time, he chose to dodge. He didn't expect the other party to take a mile after taking an inch. The second time, he chose to block. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to block. The opponent wasn't very strong, so he decided to eliminate him on the spot. The other prisoners had finished their battles, each of them taking 4 or 5 lives. They were all quietly watching Ling Xiao, not intending to help. Perhaps they felt that their companions were strong enough and didn't need help, or perhaps they were heartless people to begin with and didn't care if their companions were killed. However, regardless of the reason, Ling Xiao's side had once again become the most eye-catching part of the crowd. Break. Golden Crow Ascension. Ling Xiao coldly roared as the shadow sword pierced through the air. The dazzling golden crow covered all the chains. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the golden crow's light vanished, but the chains were also knocked back. In this clash, Ling Xiao clearly had the upper hand. The other party had come prepared, while he had only casually attacked. But he had repelled the other party's attack. Damn it! A low and hoarse voice came from under the bronze mask. The prisoner had already lost his mind. His companions had finished their battles and returned to the black palanquin. But he had fallen into a bitter battle. He found it hard to accept such a humiliating matter. And the cause of all this was not a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist or a Yinyang realm martial artist, but a mere half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. This made him lose all face. Ling Xiao's killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had tried to kill him time and time again, and this had already made him angry, although he was already very good at controlling his emotions. Controlling his emotions didn't mean that he was cowardly. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally had to let the other party die. Roar! In the air, a giant beast let out a terrifying roar. Under the illumination of countless lights, it seemed even more terrifying and sinister. The heaven-devouring titanic beast, Tao Tai, had finally reappeared. On Ling Xiao's sword, there was an earth-shattering sword intent of destruction. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him and destroy everything that dared to disrespect him. This scene caused the crowd to cry out in shock. Heaven-devouring titanic beast. That must be Ling Xiao. That's right. Ling Xiao seems to have a sword technique that can nurture such a terrifying beast. Ling Xiao's name was like thunder in the city of Sin. During the battle on the Long Street, he destroyed the Black Python clan that had been rooted in the city of Sin for a long time. During the alchemy conference, he defeated the White Tiger Continent's genius alchemist, the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas, and successfully became the champion. Just at this moment, he chose to lay low. The imperial jade seal in his hands had been snatched away by the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas. However, no one thought that this was bad luck. Many even thought that this was a kind of luck. In this situation, whoever had the imperial jade seal was not far from death. Even someone like Protector Zhongshui was injured. What more Ling Xiao? What was Ling Xiao doing here today? Was he planning to take back the imperial jade seal, or did he just want to study the human king's notes together? Regardless of the reason, everyone was certain that Ling Xiao had been robbed of the real imperial jade seal. However, no one would have thought that the real item was actually in Ling Xiao's hands. However, to avoid being targeted, Ling Xiao didn't study the secret of the imperial jade seal. After all, he had plenty of time after returning to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Taoya's doomsday. Die. This time, Ling Xiao finally chose to take the initiative to attack. The Black Death beast roared as it merged into the terrifying sword Qi and pounced towards the prisoner. The prisoner naturally knew that the power of this move wasn't ordinary. In his scarlet eyes, there was actually a flash of fear. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, Ling Xiao could determine that this fellow should be regretting it. However, regret was useless. Although the Taojia's doomsday was a move of the light shadow profound that Ling Xiao had comprehended early on, its power had never been weak. Now that his cultivation had broken through, adding the Taotai martial spirit into the move, the power of this move was much stronger than before. Even if it couldn't be considered as Ling Xiao's strongest move, it was definitely a first-class move. Walala! Bang! 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 The prisoner attempted to use the dense chains to block, forming a tight defensive net. However, it was useless. The terrifying Taotai, combined with the powerful destruction sword, intent caused the chains to be tempered inch by inch. The sword Qi pierced towards the prisoner without any obstruction. Ah! A terrified roar came from the prisoner's mouth. Crack! The bronze mask was the first to shatter, revealing a horrifying face. This face was obviously disfigured. Corpse poison covered the entire face, and green pus dripped down. It was extremely ugly. What kind of evil martial art is this? To actually train himself to such a state? Sighs could be heard from the crowd. On this face, one could still see pain and anger intertwined. Kill! Kill! Kill you! From the prisoner's mouth, words that were filled with anger were spat out. However, after a short while, he shut his mouth. The Taojia's doomsday's attack had completely engulfed his body, including the chains. The prisoner was actually swallowed by the Taotai beast and disappeared into the void. The heaven-devouring titanic beast naturally dared to swallow anything. To it, corpse poison was probably not as powerful as its stomach acid. The arrogant ghost shrine had originally intended to take the martial artists on the plaza down a notch. They had almost succeeded. However, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. The one who was killed wasn't Ling Xiao, but one of their men. 24 strong prisoners wearing bronze masks, and one of them had died in battle. Looking at the disappearing monster, the crowd let out a sigh. These guys relied on their strength and didn't put others in their eyes at all. The targets they chose to attack were actually weaker. Even the martial artists at the Grotto Heaven realm only chose martial artists below the third Grotto Heaven realm. Logically speaking, each of the 24 prisoners should be able to complete the killing mission successfully. However, there was an exception among them. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. That unlucky prisoner should be regretting meeting Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he should be able to complete this mission smoothly and not be in such a miserable state. Of course, what surprised the crowd was that Ling Xiao actually broke through again. They clearly remembered that during the alchemy conference, Ling Xiao was only at the 10 Directions Heaven realm. Now, he was already at the half-step Grotto Heaven realm. How long had it been? Such a terrifying speed of improvement was simply unheard of. Chapter 1306. Even if the human king was alive, he would only be like this. This guy's talent is indeed too terrifying. In the future, if he doesn't die, I'm afraid he will really become another human king. People couldn't help but secretly discuss. Even those who didn't like Ling Xiao felt that Ling Xiao's talent was too strong. However, some people were looking forward to it. And some people were trying to strangle Ling Xiao in the cradle. In the crowd, there were many gazes that harbored ill intentions towards Ling Xiao. Sun Zai and Xiao Xi should be more clear. Medicine King's son, Zai, not only lost a lot of face because of Ling Xiao, but with this guy's narrow-mindedness, it was impossible for him to allow such an awesome person like Ling Xiao to continue living. He didn't want to lose his position. Xiao Ji was the Divine Phoenix Empire's Frost General, the elder brother of the raging fire general Xiao Zhan. Ling Xiao killed Xiao Zhan, so he naturally had to take revenge. What's more, he was also from Phoenix Cry Chishan. Phoenix Cry Chishan didn't like Ling Xiao, so he had to help the crown prince get rid of his dissidents. Of course, the people from Ghost God Palace who were unhappy with Ling Xiao also included the people from Ghost God Palace. When they came, there were 24 prisoners, but now one died, and it was killed by a small figure like Ling Xiao. This not only surprised them, but also made them angry. Of course, more importantly, it was because Ling Xiao, this guy, ruined their plan. They originally planned to kill the chicken to warn the monkey, but who knew that an anomaly like Ling Xiao would appear, which greatly reduced the effect of their plan. People would feel that they weren't that scary and that they could be defeated, so there was no need to be so afraid. Because of this, there were already many martial artists who thought that they wouldn't lose to Ling Xiao, who approached the 24 prisoners, the 13 ghost godhounds, and the black palanquin. Among them, of course, included Medicine King's son Zai, Ji Qing, Ancestor Changle, and even Water God Palace's protector Zhongshui. The Imperial Jade Seal was taken away by Ghost God Palace, which also allowed Water God Palace to temporarily escape from the Sea of Bitterness. However, he didn't really plan to abandon that thing. Otherwise, Water God Palace would be further away from Ghost God Palace. Gui Chonglu, since you're already here, why are you sneaking around? Is it comfortable to hide in your coffin? At this moment, a strange fragrance drifted over. Then, a person arrived gracefully. Master! Tianhai Pearl looked at this person and shouted excitedly. The newcomer was Water God Hall's protector, Ruoshui, Tianhai Mingwe, like protector Zhongshui. She was an yin-yang realm expert. It was rumored that she was even stronger than protector Zhongshui. Judging from her actions, it seemed that the rumors were true. Every movement of this woman exuded a strong sense of nobility, and her attire was also graceful and luxurious, which was quite different from the otherworldly moon maiden. Gui Chonglu? Many people were stunned. They might have heard of the Ghost Shrine, but they had never heard of the name Ghost Tower, so they didn't know what it meant. Whoosh! Suddenly, a beam of black light shot out from the black palanquin. It seemed to be formless and had no power, but Protector Ruoshui was clearly shocked. Gui Chonglu, it's only been a few years since we last met. I didn't expect you to be an yin-yang realm 3rd level expert. Good, very good. Protector Ruoshui's expression changed. She tried her best to block the beam of black light, but she was forced back 4 or 5 steps before she stopped. We don't want the Imperial Seal anymore. Water God Hall, retreat. With Protector Ruoshui's order, Tianhai Pearl had no choice but to obey even if she didn't understand. Protector Zhongshui was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood Protector Ruoshui's meaning. They were both yin-yang realm experts, but the difference between the 2nd and 3rd level was too great. Ordinary people couldn't surpass it. Moreover, every yin-yang realm expert was a genius. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to challenge someone of a higher level in the yin-yang realm, unless you were a monstrous genius like the Human King. Let's go. Protector Zhongshui also shook his head and left. The person in the bronze coffin didn't stop them. Although he was stronger than the 2 of them, it was better to avoid trouble. After all, he came for the Imperial Seal, not to start a feud. Watching water spirit temples people retreat, even abandoning the Imperial Jade Seal, the rest of the cultivators glanced at each other, dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Yun Ya, Heavenly Dragon Trading Company should give up the fight for the Imperial Seal for now. Gue Chonglu has already taken the initiative. Sai, it's all my fault. I didn't ask the headquarters to send people. Ji Qing also spoke at this time. The Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's group retreated. Before leaving, he glanced at Ling Xiao in the crowd and said, "Even without the Imperial Seal, you can still become a peerless genius. There's no need to lose your life because of this. Hurry up and leave." Thank you for the reminder, Senior. No matter what Ji Qing's purpose was, Ling Xiao had a good impression of him. However, he didn't leave after Ji Qing left. He knew that the ghost shrine could tolerate others leaving, but they could not tolerate him leaving. "Luo Yu, let's go." Medicine King's son, Bu, hesitated for a long time. Although he was very unwilling, he had a strong point, and that was that he was cautious enough. The Imperial Seal wouldn't be a threat to him if it fell into the hands of Ghost Shrine. After all, even Ghost Shrine needed pills. He just didn't want that thing to fall into Ling Xiao's hands. "Yes, Master." Before Ji Luoyu left, she also glanced at Ling Xiao, reminding Ling Xiao not to be greedy for the Imperial Seal. Immediately after, the people of Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, Blackwater Immortal Island, and Black Crow Empire all left. In addition, a large number of cultivators also left. In just a moment, Gue Chonglu didn't appear. He just showed his strength and directly scared away more than half of the cultivators. These people should be glad that they left. They should be happy with their choice. "You're not leaving?" A voice came from the bronze coffin, directly directed at Ling Xiao. "I want to leave, but I'm afraid I can't." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Ha ha ha, at least you know your place. If you don't leave, I'll only kill you. If you leave, I'll kill everyone around you." That voice was eerie and terrifying, as if it was the voice of a ghost from hell. Many people trembled when they heard it. Some of the cultivators who were only in the heaven realm turned and fled. If they couldn't even withstand the murderous aura released by the other party, how could they compete for the Imperial Seal? Wasn't that just daydreaming? You're just a Ghost Shrine Branch Hall Master, but you're so arrogant. Don't forget that the Sky Dragon Continent is the origin of the mystic world. A Yin-Yang Realm Level 3 expert is indeed powerful, but you might not be able to kill me. Ling Xiao was slightly nervous. He couldn't see through the cultivation of a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator, so he didn't know if the Moon Maiden or this guy was stronger. But at this moment, since he knew that he was going to be killed, why should he lower his voice? Chapter 1307. Even if he were to die, he had to die a little more resolutely. Ling Xiao's idea was that simple. "Hee, you won't be so resolute later." The voice from the bronze coffin paused for a moment, then quickly spread out. "It seems that the people who stayed behind still want to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal. In that case, our Ghost Shrine might as well send you on your way." While speaking, the black palanquin began to tremble violently. Following that, the chains on top of it kept making crackling sounds. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air. The four little giants placed the black palanquin on the ground and hurriedly retreated to the side. Then the 23 prisoners and the four little giants all knelt down and shouted, "Welcome, Ghost General. The divine sect has descended and unified the mystic world." Unify the mystic world. Such a slogan was definitely not something that ordinary people would dare to say, and it was even more so not something that ordinary sects would dare to say directly. Although many people had thought about it, they only said it in private. To actually say it in front of so many people, it was enough to show how arrogant and confident they were. The divine sect they spoke of was the profound sect of the past. This profound sect was originally the largest religion in the sacred dynasty. Later on, the sacred dynasty declined. and they took advantage of the situation to rise and become the most powerful force in the mystic world. After the attack of the True Devil Empire, the profound sect naturally had to fight against them. After all, they were not willing to give up the situation that they had worked so hard to obtain. However, the True Devil Empire was really too powerful, especially the True Devil Great Emperor. He almost destroyed the headquarters of the Profound Sect with his own strength. After the headquarters of the Profound Sect was destroyed, the sect master of the Profound Sect disappeared, and the vice sect master submitted to the True Devil Empire. The remaining 2 bodhisattvas, the 4 heavenly protectors, the 8 guardian Vajra, and the 12 temple bishops all escaped and went into hibernation. The True Devil Great Emperor had consumed a lot of energy in the battle. Perhaps because he was preparing for the battle with the Sacred Dynasty, he did not have time to eliminate these remaining forces. This caused the remaining forces of the Profound Sect to once again rise from the ashes and develop at an incomparably fast speed. The 2 bodhisattvas went into seclusion, while the 4 heavenly protectors, the 8 guardian Vajra, and the 12 temples gradually developed into independent sections. The Water Spirit Temple and the Ghost Shrine that appeared now were 2 of the 12 temples. Back to the main topic. As the surrounding black gas continued to condense into the bronze coffin, it suddenly released a dazzling black light. This black light was like a total solar eclipse. Although it was difficult to see clearly, it was more dazzling than ordinary sunlight. In that instant, Changle Square was shrouded in darkness. No wonder even Protector Ruoshui and Protector Zhongshui left. Gui Chonglu is much stronger than before, but I should be able to deal with him. An old man stood in a corner filled with silver coins. The old man was wearing a loose robe with a hood covering his face, so it was impossible to see who he was. However, the old man did not seem to be afraid of Gui Chonglu's strength. From this, it could be seen how strong he was. I've said it before. Those who stay will die. Those who escape will also die. From today onwards, Sin City will be our Ghost Shrine's stronghold on the Divine Phoenix continent. The sound from the bronze coffin became louder and louder. The lid of the coffin slowly opened, and a figure could be seen walking out. Run! At this moment, those martial artists who were hoping for a fluke finally understood the terror of Ghost Shrine. They turned around and ran. What's the use of running? Do you really think Ghost Shrine will let you leave? Other than those Yin-Yang realm martial artists, no one can escape, unless you destroy these people from Ghost Shrine. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in everyone's hearts. The martial artists who were planning to run stopped. Yes, Ghost Shrine had made it very clear. They wanted to take over Sin City and kill all the martial artists here. This was also their usual way of doing things. That kid is right. But so what? Even if you unite, you still can't escape death. Why don't you just obediently accept death and avoid pain? The lid of the bronze coffin was almost completely opened, and a person walked out. This person was not as ugly as those prisoners. It could even be said that this person was somewhat cool and handsome. Looking at his appearance, he was very young. He looked to be in his 30s, but his real age could be over 100 years old. Martial artists were very accurate in judging age. This person had long green hair that draped over his shoulders. His eyes were covered in thick eyeshadow, as if he hadn't slept in a long time. His eyes were green, deep and cold. At the same time, his appearance brought about a storm of blood. Kill 23 prisoners, 13 ghost divine hounds. For small giants charged out at the same time and began a merciless slaughter. Many people knew that Ghost Shrine's martial arts were killing martial arts. In other words, the more they killed, the stronger they became. Therefore, their understanding of slaughter was much deeper than many martial artists. Where was the easiest place to kill the enemy? Where was the easiest place to attack? Miserable screams continued to sound. Souls were extracted from the corpses and merged into Gui Chonglu's body. This evil technique was very similar to the one corpse Granny used that day, but Gui Chonglu was clearly much stronger than Corpse Granny. Although his strength was constantly increasing, his body did not change much. Only his aura became more terrifying. It could be seen that although this martial art had side effects, once trained to a certain level, they could be ignored. The souls of those pitiful martial artists were constantly screaming, but it was useless. Although they were not weak, Although they were not weak, the remaining 23 prisoners were all Grotto Heaven realm martial artists, from the first to the fourth Grotto Heaven. Facing most of the martial artists in the square, they could mercilessly slaughter them. The 4 small giants were even more terrifying. 3 of them were at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. One of them was an expert at the 10th Grotto Heaven. When they killed, they were even more unscrupulous. Except for half-step Yin-Yang realm and Yin-Yang realm martial artists, they could ignore almost everything. The strength of the 13 Ghost Divine Hounds was probably equivalent to a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Although they were only at the first Grotto Heaven realm, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was still a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. They could easily crush them. Miserable screams sounded more frequently, and the number of corpses on the ground increased. Although many martial artists tried their best to counterattack, they were helpless against powerful and mysterious opponents. Gui Chonglu did not attack, because he knew that there were still experts in the crowd. Those people were left for him to deal with. He had to conserve his energy. After all, there were still experts in the crowd. Even if the Yin-Yang realm martial artists did not attack, the prisoners, Ghost Divine Hounds, and small giants were not invincible. Bang! A prisoner was blasted into pieces that scattered in the air. Chapter 1308. One of the prisoners was directly smashed into pieces. The one who attacked was an expert from the Divine Phoenix Empire, Frost General Shao Ji. Although Sin City was said to be in a lawless area, it was the closest to the Divine Phoenix Empire. Frost General Shao Ji was one of the 13 divine generals of the Divine Phoenix Empire. It would be unreasonable if he didn't attack. I didn't expect Shao Ji to be so much stronger than Shao Zhan. This person is probably at the 10th paradise level. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Kill." With another shout, a sword aura as clear as flowing water pierced through the air. A prisoner's head was chopped off, and he died on the spot. The one who attacked was Jade Wave, Sword Mokong. This person was young, but his strength was terrifying. He originally wanted to rely on the Water God Hall to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal, but he didn't expect the Water God Hall to flee in panic after seeing Gui Chonglu. This greatly disappointed him, so he decided to stay. As for his father, Mo Cho, he didn't appear. He was probably healing somewhere. Destroy. Another expert attacked. This time, it was Ji Ning from the Celestial Empire. The current Ji Ning had abandoned the title of Northern Region King and had completely become the Celestial Empire's divine general. Only in the Celestial Empire could he obtain true respect, and only then could he display his remaining strength. The long spear drilled out like a poisonous dragon, easily piercing through the body of a small giant. Ji Ning's attack was simply tyrannical. He killed the stronger giants. At the same time, Cold Plum also attacked. Her figure flashed, sweeping past another small giant. That 7th paradise level giant's throat was slit on the spot, and he died a tragic death. Divine Light Shadow all. Ling Xiao also attacked. The Divine Light Shadow all drilled into the crowd, directly piercing through the body of a prisoner. That prisoner was chopped to death on the spot. These scenes of battle caused the martial artists who were originally in a state of panic to regain their composure. They had no reason to be afraid. Although the enemy was strong, they weren't weak either. Even though many people had left, the people from the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Celestial Empire, and Jade Wave Island didn't leave. There were also many hidden experts in the crowd. What were they afraid of? Kill. Finally, someone's blood began to boil. This battle was not only for the sake of the Imperial Jade Seal, but also for the sake of survival. To them, only by destroying the people of the Ghost Shrine would they be able to survive. The Ghost Shrine was arrogant and overbearing, but at the same time, they were digging their own graves. Damn it! Gui Chonglu frowned. Up until now, the battle had not gone according to his script, which was something he did not expect. Enraged, he finally decided to make his move. Hound of the Ghost God, return! With a roar, the 13 ghost godhounds turned into 13 beams of black light and entered Gui Chonglu's body. At the same time, a huge black dog appeared behind Gui Chonglu. This dog actually had 3 heads, and its body was incomparably huge. When its saliva dripped down, it would turn into boiling hot lava. Cerberus? Ling Xiao couldn't help but be taken aback. He had long since heard that on the Purgatory continent there were many extremely strange beast-type martial spirits. The Cerberus was one of them. It was rumored that the Cerberus was the guardian of the netherworld. No one knew why it came to the mystic world, but those who possessed such a martial spirit were usually very powerful. No wonder the 13 ghost godhounds did not die even when their bodies were smashed. After all this fuss, it turned out to be Gui Chonglu's martial spirit. No wonder. Gui Jiang. Gui Jiang. The remaining prisoners and the small giant retreated behind Gui Chonglu and shouted loudly. In their hearts, Gui Chonglu was an invincible existence. At least on the first 3 continents, he was absolutely undefeatable. He, I have underestimated you, but now you will all die. Gui Chonglu's face revealed a cold and sinister smile. The martial artists who were originally filled with fighting spirit began to tremble again. Ji Ning, Emo Tsong, Cold Plum, Xiaoji, and the others all revealed solemn expressions. Gui Chonglu was really too powerful. On the first 3 continents, an Yin-Yang realm expert was basically invincible. The dark aura spread throughout the Changle Square, and Ling Xiao felt his body trembling slightly, but fortunately, the vast aura of the mountain and river martial spirit emerged and blocked the dark aura in an instant. He sighed inwardly at how lucky he was. Then he called Lung Mei and Ji Ning over, allowing them to stand in his paradise domain. This way, they could be protected by the mountain river aura. Your Majesty, what should we do next? Are we going to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal? Ji Ning asked. There's no need to be so formal in this kind of situation. Call me Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned. He didn't want his relationship with Ji Ning to fade, just because he had become the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. All right, what do you think, Ling Xiao? I think this Gui Chonglu is extremely powerful. Unless the Moon Maiden is willing to make a move, no one can stop him. Ji Ning asked. Sister Moon Maiden is in seclusion. There's no need to disturb her. There's no need for us to interfere in today's matter. Let's retreat. Ling Xiao smiled and said, It's just a fake Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they fight until their heads bleed, it has nothing to do with us. What? Ji Ning was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a situation. There's no need to be so surprised. Great General, don't you know me? Now that I'm not strong enough, I naturally have to use more strategies. The appearance of the Ghost Shrine was an accident, but it was not out of my consideration. Ling Xiao smiled and said, You've really fooled all the heroes in the world. If they knew the truth Wouldn't they tear you into pieces? Jining sighed. Only the three of us know about this matter. As long as the two of you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, no one else will know. This will become a complete secret. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "All right, before Gui Chonglu attacks, let's retreat first." Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the Changle Square, the remaining prisoners all gathered together and blocked his path. "Others can leave, but not you," Gui Chonglu said coldly. "Gui Chonglu, others may not know, but I know. You came from the White Tiger Continent to the city of Sin. In order to hide from the other experts, you used the soul-body separation technique. This method will weaken your strength by 70 to 80% in a month's time." Ling Xiao turned his head to look at Gui Chonglu and said, "Originally, I didn't want to make this matter public. But since you insist on keeping me here, then don't blame me." Stinking brat. Gui Chonglu's face was gloomy and ugly. He really did not expect that this brat could see through something that even Medicine King's son, Sa, could not see through. Could it be that this brat was even more terrifying than Medicine King's son, Sa? Of course, he did not know that Ling Xiao had the Tai Chi eye and could see through the flow of internal energy in his body. Chapter 1309. Gui Chonglu didn't want to admit that Ling Xiao pointed out his weakness, but it was useless. The Yin-Yang realm martial artists present were ready to make a move. The first to leap into the air was the white-robed and hooded martial artist. Boom! The two of them exchanged a palm strike in the air. The martial artist's body fell. Although he was at a disadvantage, he laughed. Ling Xiao was right. "You are indeed not in your peak state." Then he said loudly, "Macho, Phoenix Cry Wanchong, stop hiding. If you want to share the human monarch's notes, then make your move." "It's him?" Ling Xiao heard this voice. It was very familiar, because this person was none other than Qingshu College's Vice Dean Feng Qingyan. Feng Qingyan and Phoenix Cry Wanchong were both here. Didn't that mean that Feng Yinshan and Phoenix Cry Qishan were also here? It seemed that these two not only wanted to compete for the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor, but also the mystic world. "It's a pity that you met me, Ling Xiao, as your competitor. Otherwise, you would have a chance." Ling Xiao sneered and looked in the direction of the battle. At this moment, Feng Qingyan, Phoenix Cry Wanchong, and Macho had all jumped out. If it was during Gui Chonglu's peak state, the three of them wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. But today's situation was a little different. Gui Chonglu used a special method to travel, which caused a lot of consumption. It wasn't easy for him to use 70 to 80% of his strength. Now that the three of them worked together, they could at least tie with Gui Chonglu. Moreover, Gui Chonglu's opponents weren't just the three of them. At the crucial moment, Xieli also appeared. The Heavenly Dynasty Empire had the Sacred Dynasty's Grand Holy Emperor. Coupled with the Divine Capital's defensive array, she couldn't wait to rush to the City of Sin. Now that the City of Sin was filled with danger, she was most worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. "Master!" Seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, Xieli showed a relieved expression. "So, it's Sister Xieli. Since you're here, help the three of them kill Gui Chonglu." Ling Xiao knew that there were too few chances to kill Gui Chonglu. Even the Moon Maiden might not be able to kill him. Now that Gui Chonglu's condition wasn't good, and he had the help of an expert, this was definitely the best opportunity to make a move. If he did not kill Gui Chonglu, then in the future, this ghost shrine would find trouble with him. Ling Xiao. He was already tired of it. He is not the kind of person who likes to passively take a beating. Gui Chonglu has repeatedly threatened to kill him, so he naturally wants to take precautions. "Yes, master." With Xieli joining the battle, Gui Chonglu immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Even though Gui Chonglu was very powerful, it was too difficult for him to win against 4 Inyang realm martial artists in addition to being in a poor state. The Imperial Jade Seal will belong to whoever kills him, and the Human King's notes will still be shared. At this moment, an indifferent voice sounded from the crowd. Ling Xiao turned his head to take a look. Although this person had disguised himself, he still could not escape the prying eyes of Ling Xiao. It really is Feng Yinshan. What a cunning person. To be honest, although Feng Yinshan had never made an enemy of Ling Xiao and even protected him, Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of this person. This person was too cunning, and for power, he could use anyone, including his own family. Ling Xiao was also very cunning, but he had a bottom line. He would definitely not use his family and friends. Of course, a bad impression did not necessarily mean that they would become enemies. At the very least, the two of them were still considered allies. For some reason, although Feng Yinshan was at a clear disadvantage in the competition for the position of emperor, Ling Xiao felt that the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's emperor would be taken away by this person in the end. This guy was too good at hiding and too cunning. Ling Xiao even suspected that Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing's suggestions were all proposed by Feng Yinshan. Later on, Ling Xiao confirmed that this matter was really planned by Feng Yinshan. In a sense, Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing were both used by Feng Yinshan. And today, Feng Qingyan, Feng Mingwanchong, Macho, and even Xieli were all used. It was just that everyone was using each other. His life is mine. Macho suddenly shouted and pounced towards Gui Chonglu, who had already been seriously injured by the 4 of them. However, Gui Chonglu's eyes revealed a trace of indifference, and there was no fear at all. Xieli, retreat. Ling Xiao shouted loudly. Hearing this, Xieli and Feng Qingyan retreated almost at the same time. This was because the two of them trusted Ling Xiao a lot. Feng Ming Wanchong hesitated for a moment before deciding to retreat. As for Macho, he did not even care about Ling Xiao's words. Ha ha ha, go to hell, trash. At this moment, 13 black hounds jumped out from behind Gui Chonglu. Their tails were stretched very long, as if they were being pulled by ropes. The 13 hounds bit Macho's body. Sacrifice. Amidst the cold laughter, Gui Chonglu and Macho's bodies burned at the same time. The strange blue-purple flame was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. In the next moment, Macho's body exploded, and the blue-purple flame flew in all directions. Feng Mingwanchong, who was the closest, had one of his legs touched by the flame and could not extinguish it, and the flame continued to spread. In his panic, Feng Mingwanchong directly cut off his right leg. And because Xieli and Feng Qingyan had escaped earlier, they were not engulfed by the flame. On the other side, Gui Chonglu's body was also burning with terrifying flames, and then he escaped into the distance. Only a gloomy voice could be heard. Today's grudge will be returned tenfold in the future. The dignified Gui Chonglu actually escaped, but when he escaped, he took Macho's life, which could be counted as a small gain. Boom. Suddenly, the situation in the sky changed. Gui Chonglu, who had planned to escape after killing Macho, was actually repelled by a palm. His initial movement to escape also slowed down. Gui Chonglu, since you have come to Divine Phoenix Empire, why are you in a hurry to leave? A voice, like thunder, exploded in the sky, causing the hearts of those who heard it to tremble. On the horizon, an otherworldly fairy floated over. It was actually not a moon maiden, but a very unfamiliar woman. It's actually you? Feng Mingxiao. Gui Chonglu's expression became unsightly. Feng Mingxiao, the former #1 genius of Divine Phoenix Empire, because she had an affair with a human martial artist. It was rumored that she was drowned in the river. Who would have thought that she would actually appear again today? And her strength was even greater than before. At the same time, Ling Xiao's expression was also somewhat strange. He would not forget that the person his senior brother Wu Xiang had asked him to go to Divine Phoenix Empire to find was a woman called Feng Mingxiao. Who would have thought that this person's cultivation was actually on par with Gue Chonglu? That's right, it's me, Gue Chonglu. You committed crimes in White Tiger Continent. This one will not do anything to you. But this is Divine Phoenix Empire. You committed crimes here. I will definitely not forgive you. Feng Mingxiao floated down and looked at Gue Chonglu indifferently. Chapter 1310. Interesting. I lost to you in the grand event held in the White Tiger Continent back then, but after so many years, my cultivation isn't any worse than yours. It's still not certain who will win. Gue Chonglu said coldly. Definitely. Feng Mingxiao didn't wait for Gue Chonglu to finish speaking and struck out with his palm. In the air, the cry of a phoenix could be heard from thousands of miles away. The terrifying cry of a phoenix resounded through the entire Changle Square, and Gue Chonglu's expression changed drastically. I didn't expect you to have been recognized by the divine beast, martial soul of the Ice Phoenix clan. I can give you the Imperial Jade Seal. Let me go. At this moment, Gue Chonglu actually admitted defeat. It's too late. Feng Mingxiao looked at Gue Chonglu with a pitiful expression. Suddenly, the temperature in the Changle Square dropped a lot, and the ground began to freeze. Gue Chonglu's face was filled with anxiety. He wanted to escape, but it was useless. His body was already frozen, and after a few phoenix cries, his whole body was embedded in a huge ice crystal. Heavenly Phoenix Ice Seal. Feng Mingxiao slowly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't easy to deal with Gue Chonglu. The reason why it was so easy today was because Gue Chonglu was injured, but as long as it succeeded, it was good. This Feng Mingxiao seems to be different from what senior brother Wu Xiang said. Their personalities are too different. Could it be that they have the same name? Ling Xiao shook his head. Seeing Feng Mingxiao take away the fake Imperial Jade Seal, he showed a puzzled expression. Master, are we going to rob it? Xieli asked. What's there to rob? Let's go. There's nothing for us to do here. If I'm not wrong, the Divine Phoenix Empire will clear the place later. Ling Xiao shook his head. If he didn't get the real Imperial Jade Seal, he might not leave like this. But now he had gotten what he wanted, so why should he stay here? His guess came true very quickly. Feng Mingxiao's cold eyes revealed a cold-killing intent. Kill. Under her command, Phoenix Cry, Wanchong, Xiaoji, and the rest of the Divine Phoenix Empire's martial practitioners all rushed out. Only Feng Qingyan and the two young men in black and white did not move. Feng Qingyan didn't like killing. Even if Feng Mingxiao had gained the Divine Phoenix's approval, he could not be forced. He could attack Gue Chonglu for Feng Yinshan because Gue Chonglu deserved to die. But what about the other martial artists? Of the two youths, one in black and one in white, the white one was Feng Yinshan, and the black one was Feng Mingqishan. The two of them did not make a move. Yinshan, it looks like you've exhausted all your schemes this time, but in the end, you've made a wedding dress for someone else. The ancestor intends to focus on nurturing that girl, Feng Mingxiao. I'll take my leave first. Feng Mingqishan sneered with a hint of schadenfreude. He leaped into the air and left without any hesitation. Since he couldn't get the heirloom seal, there was no point in keeping it. Feng Yinshan's expression was as indifferent as ever, as if everything that was happening had nothing to do with him. No one knew what he was thinking, and he didn't leave. He just stood there and watched the slaughter continue. There's no end to killing people. A murmur suddenly came out of his mouth. Then he saw Feng Mingxiao appear in front of Ling Xiao. Feng Yinshan frowned and said, and he can't be killed. Only Feng Yinshan knew how terrifying Ling Xiao was. It was also because of this that a cunning and ruthless person like him wasn't willing to scheme against Ling Xiao. Because after scheming and scheming, he might end up including himself. He also didn't want Feng Mingxiao to provoke Ling Xiao. Otherwise, a good game of chess would be ruined. Why can't I kill him? Feng Mingxiao turned to look at Feng Yinshan and said, "When did you become so indecisive? Today we can't let anyone know that we obtained the heirloom seal. So other than our own people, everyone else must die." "Aunt, you weren't like this before." Feng Yinshan smiled bitterly. "I don't need you to teach me what to do." Then Feng Mingxiao ignored Feng Yinshan and looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I'll give you two choices now. One is to die, and the other is to accept the baptism of the Divine Phoenix, Holy Light." Ling Xiao knew what the Divine Phoenix, Holy Light, was. It was rumored that as long as one was illuminated by this light, one would become a loyal subject of the Divine Phoenix Empire from the bottom of their heart, completely loyal to their death. It felt a bit like brainwashing, but it was even more effective. If Ling Xiao had to choose such a fate worse than death, he might as well die. Moreover, he might not die. In terms of strength, he wasn't inferior to the other party. The Moon Lady could appear at any time and could completely make up for the difference in battle strength. "Sorry, I'm not interested in such a multiple-choice question." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I've answered your question. Now, I want to ask you a question. Do you know someone called Wu Xiang?" When he asked this question, Ling Xiao had been paying attention to Feng Mingxiao's reaction. Hearing this name, Feng Mingxiao's body shook, but he quickly returned to normal. "I don't know him." Feng Mingxiao shook his head and said, "You've indeed been baptized by the Divine Phoenix, Holy Light. Even your brain has been cleansed. How pitiful." Although Ling Xiao was unwilling to accept it, he had to admit that this Feng Mingxiao was the Feng Mingxiao that Wu Xiang had been thinking about day and night. However, after being baptized by the Divine Phoenix, Holy Light, he had completely become the Divine Phoenix Empire's hired thug. Ling Xiao didn't know who the ancestor that Feng Mingxian had mentioned was. However, he knew that the Divine Phoenix Empire was very ambitious and powerful. What he saw now was not just the tip of the iceberg. "You talk too much. You can go and die just like them." Where Feng Mingxiao's slender finger pointed, there were corpses. They were ice-cold and filled with unwillingness. These people were just spying nearby, trying to find out who had the Imperial Jade Seal in the end. However, even so, Feng Mingxiao still didn't let them go. The matter of the Imperial Jade Seal couldn't be known to anyone. Otherwise, the consequences would be endless. "You can try." The smile on Ling Xiao's face was still there, but it had turned cold. Feng Mingxiao didn't understand what this young man was relying on to be able to remain so calm under her threat. He was so confident. What did he rely on? The battle was about to erupt. Feng Mingxiao's slender hand, however, was a hand used for killing. "That's enough. Go back." He won't speak carelessly. Just as Feng Mingxiao was about to make a move, an old voice came from the horizon and drilled into everyone's ears. Feng Mingxiao was stunned for a moment, but she still retracted her hand in the end. Seeing this scene, Feng Yinshan also heaved a sigh of relief. Whether it was Ling Xiao's death or Feng Mingxiao's accident, it was disadvantageous to him. These two people were two important chess pieces on his chessboard. He definitely couldn't lose them. Retreat. Feng Mingxiao came and left in a carefree manner, as if he was a fairy in the mortal world. Chapter 1311. Crown Prince Yinshan, thank you for just now. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Yinshan. He still had to show basic courtesy. After all, he didn't dislike this person. Moreover, they were still allies, and had set up a plan to divide the world between them. No need, we'll meet again. By the way, let me tell you, the 5 Immortal Island tournament this time has been cancelled and will be held in the White Tiger continent. It will be hosted by an even more powerful force. It's called the White Tiger Gathering. The participants will no longer be limited to the Divine Phoenix continent and the Sky Dragon continent. There will even be geniuses from the White Tiger continent participating. You should work hard. Feng Yinshan looked deeply at Ling Xiao. There weren't many people in the world that he couldn't see through. Ling Xiao was one of them. He really didn't know how far Ling Xiao would grow. I will. The 5 Immortal Island was already powerful enough. However, the incident in the city of Sin made Ling Xiao realize how terrifying the White Tiger continent was. Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Ghost Shrine, Water Shrine, and so on. None of them were easy to deal with. And these were only the tip of the iceberg of the White Tiger continent. On the White Tiger continent, the truly powerful force was the White Tiger Khaganate. It was formed by countless powerful tribes that were loyal to the White Tiger Khaganate. Although the organization was scattered and not as close as the Empire, their unity wasn't low at all. Especially when they were facing an invasion, they were truly ferocious. This time's White Tiger Gathering will be interesting. Ling Xiao couldn't help but look forward to it. Goodbye. Feng Yinshan turned and left. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at the devastated battlefield. He couldn't help but sigh. This was the mystic world. This was a cruel battle. It was either you die or I die. This was especially true when it involved precious treasures. He originally thought that he was ruthless enough. However, at this moment, he realized that he wasn't bloodthirsty at all. As for those innocent people, he would never kill them indiscriminately, unless the other party wanted him dead or attacked him directly. Only then would he become ruthless. However, Feng Mingxiao, Feng Yinshan, and Feng Mingqishan were different. Their motto was probably, I would rather betray the world than let the world betray me. Many of the warriors who died here didn't actually do anything. Their mistake was that they saw something they shouldn't have seen, so they had to die. Let's go back too. With a sigh, Ling Xiao turned around and left. The city of Sin wasn't a place he could stay for long, and he didn't want to stay here any longer. After everyone left, a beam of sword light split open from one of the corpses, and a person came out from it. Who would have thought that the Imperial Jade Seal would end up in the hands of the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family? This person looked hatefully in the direction of the Divine Phoenix capital. Gritting his teeth, he muttered to himself, I wonder what the outcome will be if this matter spreads out. Don't blame me for being heartless. If I didn't have a fortuitous encounter when I was young and obtained the fetus rebirth technique, I would have been killed by you. I, Mo Song, will not let you have an easy time. Then he looked at Ling Xiao's direction and said, Ling Xiao, you killed so many people on my Emerald Wave Island. You don't have the right to live peacefully. I will make you pay the price. Then he didn't stay any longer and left in a hurry. Even though he was covered in blood, he still lived. Ling Xiao wasn't the only one who didn't know about this. The people from the Divine Phoenix Empire didn't know either. Almost at the same time, on an ocean near the city of Sin, an old man in a black robe was standing face to face with a woman who was as beautiful as the moon. The two were hundreds of meters apart, but their auras caused the ocean to churn. I have already done as you said, and let that kid go. However, can the Moon Maiden answer a question? The old man in the black robe spoke. Ask. The Moon Maiden's words were simple. Why did you help that kid? You should know that our Divine Phoenix clan has half of the human bloodline. If you want to revitalize the human race, it is obviously more suitable for you to help us. The old man was a bit confused. Because I like him. Are you satisfied with this answer? The Moon Maiden said calmly. Like him. The old man in the black robe was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed loudly and said, Moon Maiden, don't joke around. How could you like a kid who doesn't know anything? It's up to you to believe it or not. Goodbye. The Moon Maiden didn't waste any more words with the old man in the black robe. After confirming that Ling Xiao had left, she turned around and left. Looking at the Moon Maiden's dreamy back, the old man in the black robe's body trembled violently. Moon Maiden, when I was pursuing you, you didn't even want to come out of the Yuehua school. But now, she has fallen in love with a little brat. Just you wait, I will make him die, definitely. After he finished speaking, the corners of his mouth curled up into an extremely cold smile. The wind blew past his black robe, revealing half of his face. He looked 90% similar to Feng Yinshan. Then, he flew through the air. When Ling Xiao arrived at Yunya's residence, the Moon Maiden had just returned. Are you okay? Seeing the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao didn't need to ask to know what she had done. Just now, at Changle Square, the old voice was willing to let him go. Naturally, it was because of the Moon Maiden. He didn't think that he was important enough to get such a big shot to help him. It's okay. You know that I'm very strong. The Moon Maiden smiled. I know that you are very strong, but there are so many strong people in the world. Even Gue Chonglu, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the Yinyang realm, was sealed by Feng Mingxiao. Sister Moon Maiden, promise me that you won't take risks so easily in the future. I would rather die than let you be implicated. Ling Xiao sighed. In front of others, he could always be confident, but in front of the Moon Maiden, he always felt like he owed her something. I won't die. You can't die either. You still owe me a lot. The Moon Maiden said again. All right, I admit defeat. Now that the city of Sin has become a dangerous place, let's quickly return to the Heavenly Empire. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. Only the Moon Maiden could make him feel helpless. Young Hero Ling, Yunya has a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Yunya suddenly walked up and asked, Say it. As long as it's something that your highness wants to do, I will naturally do it. Ling Xiao nodded. I plan to set up the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's branch in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent in your fairy's capital. What do you think? Yunya said, That's a good thing. Our Heavenly Empire welcomes all major forces to enter, especially those in the fields of industry, agriculture, and business. Ling Xiao smiled. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying were surprised. Logically speaking, the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company would at most set up auction houses in the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent. The branch would be set up in the more powerful 5 Immortal Island. For example, the current branch was at the Changle Celestial Island. Yunya did this because she felt that the Heavenly Empire's development was better than the Changle Celestial Island. What a great honor this was. Chapter 1312. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying admired their foresight more and more. If they chose to become enemies with Ling Xiao, then the One-Eyed Pirates, the Black Serpent Clan, and Emerald Wave Island would be their role models. Then let's go together. Everyone packed up and left the city of Sin, which reeked of blood. Right now, the city of Sin had turned into a dead city. The Heavenly Empire, the Immortals' capital. Just like its name, the city was majestic and gave off a domineering vibe. In the entire Tianlong continent, the Immortals' capital was the largest and most prosperous city. Not only was its economy developed, but its citizens were also wealthy. Everyone in the Immortals' capital practiced martial arts. This had become a trend. Currently, on the harbor of the Immortals' capital, Countless citizens were watching the construction of a stone statue. Hundreds of artisans were busy with their work. The giant construction puppet had also become a very useful tool. It was different from other countries where people were forced to work. In the Celestial Empire, as long as it was a project of the imperial court, they would be given generous rewards. Not only was this not a waste of resources, but it also stimulated the development of the economy. This statue alone, which was more than 10 meters tall, was enough to support many sculptors and masons. This statue had a handsome face and wore a white robe. It held a 3-meter-long sword in its hand and stared into the distance. Deep in its eyes, there was wisdom and arrogance. The owner of this statue was none other than the Heavenly Emperor, Ling Shao. The Heavenly Emperor, Ling Shao, was all-powerful. Not only did he defeat the demonic kingdom, but he also defeated the oceanic kind's ambition to restore the Heavenly Empire. In the entire Heavenly Empire, not every place was as prosperous as the Immortals' capital, but it was definitely better than when the demonic kingdom was oppressed. The outsiders laughed at the people of the Celestial Empire for worshipping such a young kid. Yet the people of the Heavenly Empire were proud of this young man. They didn't care about his age. As long as he could give them a good life, then he was the best ruler in their hearts. Therefore, anyone who dared to insult Ling Shao in the Heavenly Empire wouldn't have a good ending. The current Celestial Empire was of one mind from top to bottom. It really had the kind of vigor of a new empire rising up. Although it was still far from Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, purely in terms of land area and population, it was already not bad. Next, it was the increase of the quality and quantity of martial artists. Only martial arts was the key to the mystic world. Everything else was supplementary. Otherwise, in the eyes of others, no matter how rich a country was, it was just a piece of meat. Who knows how many people are watching the current Celestial Empire? Before Ling went to the City of Sin, he had set up many laws and regulations. Emperor did a good job. In the current Celestial Empire, the Heaven's Chosen Academy, the Celestial Academy, and the Heaven's Martial Hall had become the 3 great martial arts holy lands in the country. The Academy's the Academy. The Academy's Academy as the Hall the Immortals. The division of the Empire's capital. Most of the martial artists who came out of the Academy would choose to travel around instead of working in the imperial court. They had more freedom. The people nurtured by the Heavenly Dynasty Academy were all intelligent and far-sighted civil officials. The hall was purely a place to nurture talents for the army. Of course, after a martial artist graduated, it wasn't absolute. After passing some tests, they could choose a new path. In addition to Ling Zhao's 12 years of free martial arts education, it allowed most of the young men and women who couldn't touch martial arts to successfully step into the field of martial arts. Among them, there were many who were very talented. It was just that they didn't have power or money to learn martial arts. Such a strategy didn't only benefit humans. Some of the Sea clans, including the people of the godly Phoenix Empire, also settled here. Although there might be some discrimination among the people, the Heavenly Empire's punishment for discrimination was very strict. An empire that was flourishing with each passing day was constantly moving forward in its embryonic stage. Everyone seemed to be holding back a surge of energy, wanting to be like their celestial emperor, growing from an unknown small character to an indomitable big shot. The Divine Capital Port was an important trading port between the Divine Capital and the godly Phoenix Empire. Martial artists and tourists also disembarked from here. Therefore, it was quite lively. The statue that was more than 10 meters tall was slowly erected facing the morning sun, causing many people to be extremely excited. People secretly discussed how much their martial arts had improved recently, how their business was doing well, how their crops had increased, and so on. In the end, the topic inevitably came down to Ling Shao. Rumor has it that the human king back then was so wise and knowledgeable. Our heavenly emperor is probably the same as the human king, coming from a higher plane. Otherwise, how could he know so many things that others don't? Definitely, with His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor, our heavenly empire will definitely grow into a rich and powerful nation like the godly Phoenix Empire. You're too unambitious. At the very least, you should grow to the level of the White Tiger Empire. Discussions rose and fell one after another, and the sound of laughter was endless. However, at this moment, the sound of a siren broke the harmonious atmosphere. The whistle came from a luxurious steel ship that was completely powered by spirit stones. Not only did it look mighty, it also looked domineering. The symbol at the bow of the ship was a mermaid holding a huge water droplet. The overall workmanship was exquisite, and people couldn't help but praise it a few times. Who's so daring? Don't they know that this is already a no-noise zone? The people on the shore began to discuss. That's right, the Heavenly Emperor has ordered that in order to prevent disturbing the lives of the people nearby, this place is set up as a no-noise zone. This is clearly not putting the Heavenly Emperor in their eyes. The person next to him said with a face full of anger. Perhaps it was because the whistle was too loud and lasted too long, but it sounded like a death knell. For a moment, it attracted the attention of everyone on the divine capital harbor. At the bow of the luxurious ship, there were several young men and women. All of them were dressed very differently, completely unlike the people of the Heavenly Empire. Moreover, these young men and women's appearances were very outstanding. No matter where they were, the men could be called handsome and the women could be called beautiful. But even so, there was still a man and a woman who stood out from the crowd. The man was handsome and had delicate features, but in his eyes there was always a bit of viciousness, like a poisonous snake. The woman was graceful and elegant, proud and luxurious. The few female disciples nearby were all submissive to her. Some served tea, some poured water, and she had the demeanor of a queen. Senior brother, senior sister, why did we come to a broken place like the Heavenly Dragon Continent? Not only is it backward, but the standards of the martial artists are also very poor. It's meaningless. A man opened his mouth and said with a strong sense of disdain in his voice, "That's right, look at those martial artists on the pier. They're really terrible. Why did Master let us come here?" Another man asked in confusion. He couldn't even be bothered to look at those martial artists again. Chapter 1313. Hee, Junior Brother's words aren't wrong. Sky Dragon Continent is just on the way. I heard that the Sky Emperor of that day is only a 17-year-old youth. He's even younger than me, but he dares to call himself the Sky Emperor and rule over a country. I really want to see what kind of arrogant person he is. The senior brother, with vicious eyes, said coldly, "Look, isn't that Ling Shao the statue on the pier? I've seen it in the divine Phoenix Empire's capital, and it's actually 90% similar. The craftsmanship of the Celestial Empire is really quite good." The young woman, who was as proud as a queen, smiled. She pointed at the statue with a playful feeling. "Humph, a scoundrel getting ahead of himself. To put it bluntly, Ling Shao just has a good woman protecting him. Without the Moon Lady, he's nothing." Another person snorted angrily. "That's right. He's just a coward hiding behind a woman. And if our senior brother and senior sister are willing, not to mention the Celestial Empire, even the divine Phoenix Empire would be easily conquered. Since ancient times, there was no shortage of flatterers, and there seemed to be a lot of flatterers on this ship. I heard that the Celestial Emperor has the cultivation of 10 directions heaven. With such a little cultivation, he dares to call himself an emperor. Isn't he courting death? Not to mention our senior brother and senior sister. Even we can crush him with our little finger. Hearing the flatterer's words, the young man with vicious eyes smiled. His chin seemed to be raised even higher, and he was even more pleased with himself. The queen-like woman also smiled flirtatiously. In this world, most people were willing to listen to good words. You couldn't help but admit this. That's right. Our senior brother and senior sister have always been cultivating in seclusion and have never come out to roam the world. So those bullshit 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars are nothing. With senior brother and senior sister's talent, no one in the entire divine phoenix continent can compare, let alone this mere sky dragon continent. Shut up! The senior brother suddenly snorted and said, the 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars are still very powerful. My junior sister, and I should be ranked at the top of them, but we definitely don't dare to say that they're bullshit. Although these words sounded humble, they were actually filled with pride. One had to know that the 10 great phoenixes and 7 malignant stars were the most outstanding young talents of the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. It was already very good that he could be ranked at the top. Even the current Ling Xiao did not dare to say such words. After all, Feng Yu youths and Phoenix Cry Wushan were all unfathomable young people were they not improving? Ling Xiao's cultivation and strength had increased, but so had they. They weren't stagnant at all. This person was simply too arrogant. Senior brother is right. This time, I think the position of Divine Phoenix Empire's 10 Phoenix sons should change. There are a few pieces of trash who can't even intimidate Ling Xiao. Occupying the title of 10 Phoenix sons is a waste. The arrogant young woman laughed disdainfully. Yes, the White Tiger meet will be held soon. Before that, the Divine Phoenix Empire will be selecting participants. Although Ling Xiao is the Celestial Emperor, he is still the Heavenly Dragon King of the Divine Phoenix Empire, so he should be qualified to participate. When the time comes, we'll let him see what it means to be a frog at the bottom of a well. The senior brother sneered and said, and those useless phoenixes who are occupying the latrine but don't shit. It is indeed time for them to move. There were not many people in the Divine Phoenix continent and the Heavenly Dragon continent who dared to say that the 10 great phoenixes were trash. Ling Xiao was one of them. This person was obviously more arrogant than Ling Xiao. Senior brother is right. The Heavenly Dragon continent has been merged into the Divine Phoenix continent's selection. To put it nicely, it is called the Dragon Phoenix selection. In reality, the Heavenly Dragon continent is just a vassal. The Divine Phoenix continent is vast and boundless, and there are many young talents. I'm afraid that the Dragon Phoenix selection this time will stir up a storm. That's right. Many hidden talents will choose to come out during the Dragon Phoenix selection in preparation to participate in the White Tiger meet. This time, we will probably see many outstanding people. Compared to these people, that Ling Xiao is nothing. Although I heard that the Peacock Phoenix's son, Kong He, suffered a loss here, that is only a rumor. Moreover, Kong He is also a trash. His cultivation is stagnant, and he should have abdicated long ago. I feel that senior brother and that Ling Xiao are the 2 great talents of the present age. The arrogant woman suddenly smiled and said, that kind of trash dares to compare with me? With a sneer, the senior brother broke through the air. The huge ship was still 100 meters away from the dock. He easily went ashore like an eagle and stepped on the head of the huge statue in front of countless people. You're not dead yet, and you're already standing up? Why don't you wait until you're dead? Under everyone's gaze, the senior brother slashed out with his sword. A sharp sword chi tore through the void, and slashed the huge stone statue. This slash was powerful. The material used to carve the stone statue was already very hard, but it was still easily cut open by him. "Be careful! Dodge quickly!" The statue that was cut open lost control and fell downwards. On the ground, there were thousands of onlookers watching the show. If it really fell, many people would die. Help! The crowd was suddenly in chaos. No one wanted to be smashed to death like this. However, the young man's face was brimming with a vicious smile. Seeing that this tragedy was about to happen, not only did he not show the slightest nervousness or sympathy, he was even smiling. At this moment, a group of people suddenly ran over from not far away. All of them were transcendent realm cultivators with superb cultivation. Such cultivators might not be worth mentioning in the divine Phoenix continent. They could only be the lowest kind, and even living was difficult for them. However, they were still the backbone of the heavenly dragon continent, occupying the majority. They were the patrolling soldiers on the dock. Seeing that there was a situation here, they all ran over. "Brothers, stop the rubble and let the people evacuate first." The leader roared and leaped up, placing his hands on the rapidly falling boulder. Then, the rest of the people jumped up one after another. Dozens of people forcibly held up the falling boulder, and the speed of its descent had obviously slowed down a lot. Some of the patrolling soldiers with insufficient cultivation began to organize the people to evacuate. Although it was said that everyone in the divine capital practiced martial arts, most of them were still below the transcendent realm. No matter what, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire was only 2 months old. Wanting to rise up in an instant was tantamount to a fool's dream. Seeing this situation, the senior brother's face revealed a ferocious expression. "Those who stop me from watching a good show should all die." The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Suddenly, sword chi pierced through the air. Those dozens of good men were actually cut in half in midair, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The boulder accelerated again. Hundreds of ordinary people were smashed to death. Chapter 13-14. Ha ha ha! The Celestial Empire is simply a joke. Seeing this scene, the people on the ship laughed out loud. That senior brother's face was filled with pride. It was like when he was a child, trampling on kittens and puppies. "Stop!" The young man seemed to be dissatisfied with the current situation. When he saw another group of patrolling soldiers arrive, he licked the blood on his sword and revealed a ferocious expression. However, at this moment, a loud roar sounded. The Emperor of the Celestial Empire, Wu Xiang, who represented the Celestial Arch, had finally appeared. This place was not close to the divine capital. He was able to arrive in time because he had been paying attention to the situation in the divine capital. "Who are you?" the young man asked. "The Emperor of the Celestial Empire, under the Celestial Arch. I manage the affairs of the Celestial Empire." Wu Xiang replied, "Second Grotto Heaven realm cultivation? Not bad, but unfortunately you're no match for me." The young man said coldly, "Since you're here, I might as well give Ling Xiao a better gift." After saying that, he turned the tip of his sword from the patrolling soldiers to Wu Xiang. The sword pierced through the air. Wu Xiang spat out blood and flew back. The young man wanted to chase after him, but at this moment, a terrifying pressure came from the divine capital. "Young man, don't be so ruthless. Do you really want me to make a move?" A yin-yang realm expert, the young man's expression was a little ugly. He gritted his teeth and looked at Wu Xiang. "What Emperor of the Celestial Empire? You're not even worth mentioning. Consider yourself lucky today. Don't let me see you again." After saying that, he seemed to be still angry. He stabbed 2 more times at Ling Zhao's statue, and the statue instantly shattered. At this moment, he flew through the air. the luxurious cruise ship also turned around and sailed in another direction. Remember my name, Sword Demon. What an arrogant name. The Sword Demon. Even if his swordsmanship had reached Ling Zhao's level, he would not dare to name himself with a sword. However, this person actually dared to name himself Sword Demon. He was either stupid or too arrogant. Looking at the huge ship in the distance, the people's hearts trembled. Perhaps they were really frogs in a well. Perhaps their celestial arch was not as powerful as they thought. A random young man could provoke the celestial empire. They hung their heads, losing their former pride and becoming fearful and uneasy. That young man called Sword Demon really gave them a heavy blow. The Emperor Wu Xiang, whom they once worshipped, was actually beaten back with a single sword strike. At the same time, Wu Xiang, Qin Hua, and the other guards of the divine capital who had rushed over after hearing the news were filled with hatred. The shattered statues and hundreds of corpses. This was not only an insult to the heavenly empire, but also a punishment to them. They were certain that they had never crossed paths with this young man called Sword Demon. They had never even heard Sky Emperor Ling Xiao mention this person. There was no grudge between them. They were just here to provoke and humiliate him. A day later, the bloodstains on the pier had been washed away, but the fear and anger in the hearts of the people could not be erased. Ling Xiao came back. He saw the hundreds of corpses that had yet to be buried. Some were patrolling soldiers, and some were civilians. The oldest was already over 100 years old, while the youngest was only 2 or 3 years old. He died just like that, for no reason at all. His expression was extremely unpleasant, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. A terrifying murderous aura soared into the sky and filled the entire divine capital. Everyone could feel the Sky Emperor's anger. Sword Demon, you kill my people. I swear to destroy your sect. Such a voice echoed in the divine capital. The civilians who heard it could not help but shed tears of excitement. As long as the Sky Emperor was not afraid, they would not be afraid. It seemed that their previous worries were unnecessary. Of course, expressing his stance was one thing, but the details still had to be handled properly. Ling Xiao personally went to comfort the families of those who had passed away and gave them compensation. The sentence he said the most was, "Your blood will not be shed in vain. Whoever offends the heavenly empire will have to pay a price 10 times or 100 times. Just you wait. I will bring back the head of that Sword Demon." After returning to the emperor residence, Ling Xiao also asked Wu Xiang and the others if they knew Sword Demon. The answer he received was that they did not know. This made Ling Xiao even angrier. If Sword Demon was here for revenge, although he was angry, he could still understand. After all, he was that kind of person. However, there was no enmity, and he did not even know who Sword Demon was. The other party did this purely to show off his strength and tyranny. It was fine if he killed patrolling soldiers, but he did not even let off unarmed civilians. This method was simply vicious to the extreme. Perhaps in the eyes of this person, the lives of the people of the heavenly empire were nothing but grass. They were even inferior to ants. There should not be any problems if he wanted to kill them. If this person was not killed, not only would Ling Xiao lose all his prestige, but the hatred in his heart would also be difficult to dispel. He had already decided that he would definitely go to the Divine Phoenix capital. The Dragon Phoenix selection would be held there, and this person would definitely appear there. Ever since the birth of the Mountain River Martial Soul, geniuses had appeared in large numbers, and many hidden geniuses would rush there one after another. He definitely had to go to the Dragon Phoenix selection. This newly established country needed prestige and glory. Let's talk about something happy. Ling Xiao let out a long breath and pointed to Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying, who were standing beside him, and said, Senior brother Wu Xiang and all the officials, these two are the famous captains of the Twin Flowers Pirates in the sea region of the city of Sin. In the future, they will be the commanders of the Heavenly Empire's navy. Senior brother, you will arrange their specific duties. After all, you are more familiar with the specific matters than I am. Seeing this pair of beautiful sisters, all the officials were stunned. Hua Fuguang and Hua Luiying were full of wild beauty. At first glance, they looked like two fierce wild horses. They were different from the holy, elegant, and noble Moon Maiden. They were also different from Cold Plum's coldness, and danger. They were also different from Scorpion Li's charm. Although they were both women who followed the Heavenly Emperor, these two had their own unique personalities. Of course, beauty was one thing. In the mystic world, strength was the key. Hua Fuguang was a Grotto Heaven realm expert. Although Hua Luiying was not as strong as her, she was also a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. These two women were not weak either. The people couldn't help but sigh. Their Heavenly Emperor was really powerful. Every time he brought back a woman from outside, not only was she beautiful, but also had strength that made many men blush with shame. The officials couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao again. The aura that their Heavenly Emperor exuded was obviously different. It was stronger than before, but that domineering and arrogant aura was still there. It seemed that although the trip to the city of Sin was dangerous, they had gained a lot. All right, the rest of you can disperse. Everyone has their own duties. Don't let sadness suppress our nerves. We have to turn pain into strength. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Wu Xiang, Jining, Scorpion Li, Qinhua, Li Ruguang, Zhang Yufei, Zhu Geming, Meng Tong, Xian, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luiying. Generals, stay back. I have important arrangements. Chapter 13-15. The Moon Lady and Cold Plum left first. Although they didn't say anything after returning from the city of Sin, the anger in their hearts wasn't any less than Ling Xiao's when they saw the corpses. The Moon Lady was still able to control her emotions, but Cold Plum was so angry that she wanted to chase after the sword demon and tear him into pieces. However, Ling Xiao wanted to take revenge, so they didn't say anything. After everyone left, Ling Xiao said, Senior Brother Wu, you've worked hard during this period. I'm afraid you'll have to work even harder in the future. You know that I can't stay in the Divine Capital for a long time. I'll stay until the Dragon Phoenix selection begins, but I'll be in seclusion most of the time. I know. Wu Xiang nodded and said. Ling Xiao handed over the management of the Divine Capital and the entire Heavenly Empire to him because he trusted him. He naturally wouldn't betray Ling Xiao's trust. All right, after today's meeting, I'll have to trouble you to gather the pharmacists from all over the country. Choose 1,000 of the best pharmacists and give them the best rewards. Then build a pill refinement factory in the Divine Capital. Ling Xiao continued, Our people are still too weak. Pills are the fastest way to increase our strength. Once the pill refinement factory starts, you'll have to focus on increasing the strength of the entire army. Your Majesty, don't you think that this is a little too big of a scope? After all, the herbs are limited. Why don't we select a group of elites and focus on the refinement? After all, increasing strength isn't something that can be done overnight. Different people have different effects when using pills. Jining thought about it and said, Great General, that's a good suggestion. Ling Xiao readily agreed. Great General, you're an expert in leading troops. I'll leave this group of elites to you. The most important thing is, of course, loyalty, followed by talent. I've already refined 600,000 pills. 500,000 of them are for celestial realm martial artists. It's best to choose martial artists above the 9th heaven of celestial realm. If there are too few of them, It's fine to lower them to the seventh heaven of celestial realm. If their talent is good enough, there's an 80% chance of increasing 1 or 2 realms. 80%. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. However, that wasn't the only thing that shocked them. The other 100,000 pills are for Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. As long as their talent isn't bad and they can absorb the medicinal power, the possibility of increasing their realms is very high. The Heavenly Dragon Continent is boundless and boundless. It is the Heavenly Dragon Continent. I believe that there are still many hidden geniuses. We can issue a summon, the world summon order for them to come to the divine capital and serve the country. Ling Xiao continued, this army of Grotto Heaven Realm and Sky Realm warriors will be called the Sky Dragon Army. You guys are the ones I trust the most. You can become the commanders of the Sky Dragon Army. The training will be decided by General Jining and Qin Hua. Remember, I want iron-blooded soldiers, not good-for-nothings. So, the training can be more ruthless. I would rather they die in training than embarrass themselves on the battlefield. If there are any missions from the Heaven's Choice Academy, Heavenly Dynasty Academy, and Sky Martial Hall, they can be assigned to them. Without experiencing danger and life and death, they won't be able to grow. Ling Xiao had almost died many times along the way. He knew from his own experience that it would be difficult to see a rainbow without experiencing a storm. He was like that, and so were the others. A flower cultivated in a greenhouse couldn't withstand the storm after all. Although the Divine Capital Guard Army with the Northern Desert Army as the main body was already very strong, it wasn't enough. He wanted the entire mystic world to tremble because of the name of the Heavenly Dragon Army. Jining and the others were also excited by Ling Xiao's words. It's been so many years. I've thought about it, but didn't dare to do it. Now, I can finally try it, Jining said excitedly. Senior Brother Wu, the alchemy factory must be prepared as soon as possible. Whether our Heavenly Dragon Army can continue to grow stronger depends on the quality of the elixirs refined by the alchemy factory. Ling Xiao looked at Wu Xiang and said, I have some blueprints here. It's a puppet mechanism for refining elixirs. When I was in the city of Sin, I asked Princess Yunya to help me gather the materials. Now that the materials have arrived, you have to instruct the Ministry of Works to make them as soon as possible. With these things, we won't have to worry about refining elixirs in large quantities. No problem. Wu Xiang was already dizzy from Ling Xiao's waves of fresh news. However, he didn't feel tired. Instead, he felt incomparably excited. He was also very weak. Even though he was already at the second Grotto Heaven realm, he was still brooding over the fact that he was defeated by a sword in yesterday's battle. If he could use the elixirs to break through his cultivation, he wouldn't have to be afraid even if he encountered the same danger in the future. Can this old man join in the fun? Just then, an old voice was heard in the Emperor residence. So it's the Grand Holy Emperor. Originally, I didn't dare to trouble you with these things. However, if you're willing to help, I'm naturally very happy. Ling Xiao looked outside the door. An old man's figure had already appeared. This Grand Holy Emperor was the stabilizing force of the fairies' capital. If it wasn't for him, Wu Xiang would probably have been killed yesterday. However, this person was indifferent and usually didn't want to interfere with the matters of the Celestial Empire. Moreover, he was originally the Grand Holy Emperor of the Sacred Dynasty. He was more or less concerned about the establishment of the Celestial Empire. Although Ling Xiao really wanted to ask him for help, he couldn't do so. He didn't expect this old man to recommend himself today. Originally, I thought that you were just fooling around by establishing the Celestial Empire, and that it wouldn't last long. However, it seems like you really want to make this country stronger. Moreover, you have your own plans. Although this plan is crazy, I'm willing to go crazy. The grand Holy Emperor's cultivation had been stuck at the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. He was also very vexed that he couldn't break through. However, when he was dreaming at night, his ancestor had told him that his breakthrough might be due to Ling Xiao. People in the mystic world were very concerned about this matter. In addition, Ling Xiao's recent performance made the Grand Holy Emperor feel that this dream might be true. Ling Xiao was only a sky-man martialist now. However, he could refine elixirs for Grotto Heaven realm martialists to consume. In that case, when Ling Xiao advanced to the Grotto Heaven realm, would he also be able to refine elixirs for Yin-Yang realm martialists to consume? When that time came, wouldn't his cultivation have a chance to break through? Putting all these things together, he felt that perhaps he really should cooperate with Ling Xiao. Saving Wu Xiang yesterday could also be considered a gift. Don't worry, Senior. I definitely won't let you down. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. With the Grand Holy Emperor and Xie Li, he didn't have to worry about Fairy's capital. Chapter 1316. Ji Ning, one of the contributors to the establishment of the Divine Phoenix Empire, ranked third among the 13 divine generals. However, he was suspected by the Divine Phoenix Empire's royal family and was almost killed when he saw his good brother, LV Chenglong, die in front of him. He lost all hope for the empire. Now, he became one of the contributors to the Heavenly Empire, an awe-inspiring great general. Ling Xiao gave him full control of the army and did not doubt his loyalty at all. Today, looking at Ling Xiao, Ji Ning felt like a gentleman would die for his bosom friend. He thought that his blood had already turned cold, but he did not expect it to boil again today. The Heavenly Dragon Army. Ling Xiao actually gave him such a heavy responsibility. He had no way to repay him, so he could only do his best and give his all. Even the Grand Holy Emperor was conquered by Ling Xiao and was willing to come out and help, no longer mentioning the sacred dynasty. This was enough to show how bright Ling Xiao's future was. The Divine Phoenix Empire has 13 divine generals and 10 Phoenix sons. Our Heavenly Empire also needs our own divine generals and prodigies. I hope that our divine generals are the same as them, all above the Grotto Heaven realm. It would be best if they reached the Yin-Yang realm. After that, I will set up the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the Fledgling Dragon ranking. The top 100 of the Heavenly Dragon ranking can receive full funding from the Imperial Court to cultivate. They cannot work for the Imperial Court, but they cannot betray the Empire. The top 100 of the Fledgling Dragon ranking is the same. I will leave this matter to you, Senior Brother Wu. Also, Xian, you will be in charge of preparing our Empire's intelligence network. You have to ensure the accuracy of the Heavenly Dragon ranking and the Fledgling Dragon ranking. You also have to spy on the enemy countries for us. Understood. Wu Xiang and Xian nodded at the same time. Good. I have already written down the specific details. You can pass it around. I hope that the people standing here can increase their strength and knowledge, especially Xian, Meng Tong, and Hua Luiying. Among these people, the three of you are the weakest, but you are not far from breaking through to the Grotto Heaven realm. Senior Brother Wu, when the pill refining factory is set up, think of a way to help the three of them break through first. Don't worry, I will do as you say. Wu Xiang nodded and said. Meng Tong's face was filled with excitement. Even Xian was trembling all over. His cultivation had already reached the half-step Grotto Heaven realm, but unfortunately, he hadn't made any progress. If he could obtain Ling Xiao's help, then a breakthrough wouldn't be impossible. Hua Luiying didn't care much about power in the past, but after what happened in the city of Sin, she saw things clearly. Without strength, you can only be a supporting character in this world. You have no right to compete with others. Therefore, she was also very excited. In the end, Ling Xiao turned his gaze to Ji Ning and said, "Great General, although the heavenly dynasty is peaceful and only a few small rebellions have appeared, the various armies can settle them. But you should know that others don't take our heavenly dynasty empire seriously now. When they come back to their senses one day and realize that we are getting stronger day by day, they will turn around and deal with us. Therefore, after the establishment of the Heavenly Dragon Army, they had to experience real battles so that every new soldier could become an experienced veteran. Fortunately, the Sky Dragon continent is vast. On this continent, there are many pirates, bandits, and rebel armies. You have enough to fight. If the blade isn't sharpened, it won't be sharp. If you don't experience life and death situations, then this army won't be able to become something great. Your Majesty can rest assured about this. I, Ji Ning, have never had a useless person under my command. As long as Your Majesty's pill refining factory can provide enough pills, the Heavenly Dragon Army will become a terrifying force in the mystic world that can't be ignored," Ji Ning said confidently. "All right, since that's the case, everyone can disperse. Everyone has their own duties. I should also go into seclusion for a while. These days, I have gained a lot in the city of Sin." Speaking up to here, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a cold smile. "Sword Demon, soon we will meet again in the capital of the Divine Phoenix Empire." After everyone left, Ling Xiao also entered his own secret cultivation realm. This secret realm was once used by the Emperor of the True Devil Empire, but it wasn't perfect. Later on, Ling Xiao modified it to make it safer and more reliable. This time, other than hoping to continue increasing his cultivation, there were two main goals for this cultivation. One was to continue condensing the 9 Cauldron Sword domain. This was currently the killing weapon that Ling Xiao relied on to fight against Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. The other was the Primordial Spirit Remnant Scroll. When he was in the City of Sin, Ling Xiao used his Primordial Spirit to control his skeleton soldiers. He won that battle, but the consumption was too great. He needed to continue strengthening his Primordial Spirit and control the skeleton soldiers to fight without any burden. That way, his strength would definitely increase even more. It would be best if one day he could use his soul to control the Mountain River world. That would be the most terrifying. In the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital, the Dragon Phoenix selection was about to begin in a few days. At this moment, countless heroes had gathered here, causing the already bustling Imperial Capital to become even more lively. Outside the Imperial Capital, there was still an endless stream of people coming and going. Perhaps the only difference was that in the market outside the city, there were actually merchants from the Heavenly Empire. Their stalls sold specialties from the Heavenly Empire, and they were quite popular. It was the same scene, but the people had changed a lot. This time, Ling Xiao only brought the Moon Maiden and Cold Plum with him to the Imperial Capital. With these two by his side, he was safe. Even the guards that Wu Xiang had forcefully assigned to him were rejected by him. There were too many people, and it was troublesome. Moreover, even 100,000 elite soldiers might not be comparable to a Moon Maiden. On the streets, in front of the stalls, people were still discussing things as usual. And among their topics, the name that was mentioned the most was Ji Mingxing. Ling Xiao was very unfamiliar with this name, but the people of the Divine Phoenix Imperial Capital seemed to be very familiar with it. They were probably geniuses who came to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. TSK, do you know why this Ji Mingxing is so powerful? Why? Rumor has it that this person is the legitimate successor of the sacred dynasty. When he was young, he was assassinated by a slut. Fortunately, he was saved by a eunuch and sent to the Heavenly Dragon Continent's great sun realm lord to cultivate. Now, The great Sun Realm Lord has already broken through to the Yin-Yang realm, but he only took in Ji Mingxing as his disciple. Naturally, he will nurture him. That's not all. As the most outstanding genius of the heavenly dragon continent, Ji Mingxing was chosen by the emperor the moment he arrived in the imperial capital. He personally arranged for him to enter the Phoenix Academy, and even betrothed Feng Minglian. That's the emperor's niece. I heard that Feng Minglian is the daughter of that Feng Mingxiao. I wonder who her father is. In any case, Feng Mingxiao is now the most powerful woman in the entire Divine Phoenix Empire. Her daughter is the most honorable little princess of the Divine Phoenix Empire. I'm afraid she's not inferior to the two crown princes. Chapter 1317. That's not right. Feng Minglian was discriminated against by Feng Mingxiao because of her human bloodline. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to rope in the Great Sun Realm Lord and Ji Mingxing, he wouldn't have thought of marrying her. In front of a Heavenly Empire's merchant's stall, a few cultivators were discussing a big matter in the imperial capital, and this matter attracted Ling Zhao's attention. They said that Ji Mingxing was the #1 genius in the heavenly dragon continent. Ling Xiao didn't care, but they said that Feng Mingxiao had a daughter called Feng Minglian. He couldn't ignore this. That was his senior brother Wu Xiang's daughter. If this girl really wanted to marry Ji Mingxing, he had nothing to say. But if she was forced, he definitely couldn't allow such a thing to happen. Feng Mingxiao didn't care about his daughter, but Ling Xiao couldn't watch this girl be pushed into a fire pit. Is what you said true? Ling Xiao asked. His question immediately attracted the attention of many people. But soon after, these gazes shifted from him to his side, because there were two beautiful girls standing on his left and right. One of them was like a fairy that was out of this world. She looked like a dream and seemed unreal, as if she was a fairy that had descended from the heavens. This probably had something to do with the cultivation of the Moon Lady. Ordinary people couldn't see her appearance clearly, but her aura was enough to subdue countless people. The other girl had a cold gaze that was like frost. It was obvious that she kept people 1,000 miles away. But it was this cold aura that had a fatal attraction. Moreover, her figure was so hot that it was filled with youthful charm. Countless people couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They were all cursing in their hearts. Where did this young man come from? How could he be so lucky? They couldn't wait to exchange places with this young man and enjoy the blessings of two women for him. Brat, bringing these two beautiful girls to the imperial capital, aren't you afraid of encountering danger? No one answered Ling Zhao's question. Instead, they seemed to have a strong interest in the two girls beside Ling Xiao. Those who coveted them are all dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently, TSK, look at this young man. What big words. Does he think he's a big shot like Ji Mingxing or Sword Demon? Mocking voices came from the crowd. Well said. That Sword Demon was originally a noble of the Dark Phoenix clan and was taught by a great master. His strength, although he's a bit arrogant, he has the capital. Although Ji Mingxing's cultivation, his talent is outstanding, and he is young. His future is limitless. Haim, the holy son of the sacred dynasty. Haim Mu. Haim, he's right, his. TT. S. Bullshit. Suddenly, a voice sounded. It attracted everyone's attention. The one who spoke was none other than the stall owner from the Celestial Empire. A once-in-a-century genius? Don't be ridiculous. With our Celestial Empire's Celestial Emperor, Ling Xiao, what kind of genius is he? Haim Mu is a friend of our Celestial Emperor. Ji Mingxing crippled her. our celestial emperor will not forgive him. In the eyes of the ordinary people of the celestial empire, Ling Shao was a godlike existence, although in the celestial empire, the ordinary people might not have seen Ling Zhao's true face. However, Ling Zhao's fame had been spread among the people, especially the great achievement of destroying the true demon empire and establishing the celestial empire. It was definitely not something that any martial artist could do. In the celestial empire, there were countless young people who looked up to Ling Shao as their role model. Even in the Divine Phoenix Empire, there was a portion of the young people who were shocked by Ling Zhao's feat of chasing down Tomohiko Kuma alone. In the end, he killed Timur Mutu and captured Tomohiko Kuma alive. This was the hero in their hearts. What 10 great Phoenix sons? Although the name sounded resounding in terms of great achievements, none of them could be compared to Ling Shao. Ling Shao might not be as strong as them, but he definitely could not be humiliated. Old thing, what nonsense are you spouting? A martial artist directly kicked over the merchant's stall and scolded. Ji Mingxing, that's a descendant of the sacred dynasty and a disciple of the Phoenix Academy. What kind of glory is that? He's only 17 years old, but he's already at the peak of the 10 Directions Heaven realm. He's not at all at a disadvantage when fighting against a half-step Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Ling Shao is strong, but does he deserve to be compared to Ji Mingxing? Plus, I heard that he went to the City of Sin. I bet he died in that tragedy. The tragedy at the City of Sin had spread like wildfire. Naturally, many people knew about it. Ling Shao went to the City of Sin. Many people knew about this. But whether or not Ling Shao was dead was unknown. After all, it's been half a year and Ling Shao hasn't appeared in public. Even though there were rumors that he returned to the Immortals' capital and visited the relatives of some of the dead citizens. But this thought was that all emperors have their own stand-ins. Who knows if it's real or fake? You are full of nonsense. How could our God of heaven be dead? Even though the old merchant's stall was kicked over, he did not compromise and continued to speak in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. What an idiot! What did Ling Shao give you to make you protect him so much? A warrior wearing fancy clothes rushed forward and grabbed onto the old man's neck. He coldly said, "Now, old man, if you are willing to say, 'Ling Shao, go to hell,' then I will let you go. Or else, don't blame me for being rude. Senior brother, let's not play too big. If that Ling Shao doesn't die, then we are done for. He is someone who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance." Perhaps seeing that the situation was a little serious, voices of persuasion sounded from the crowd. It would have been fine if they didn't say this, but now that they did, the warrior in fancy clothes became even angrier. So what if I know? I didn't meet Ling Shao, but if I did, then Ling Shao would die for sure. Haha, give up. Even if this old man dies, I will not slander His Majesty. If I die, His Majesty will definitely treat my family well. I am not afraid. If you have the guts, then kill me. His Majesty will definitely avenge me. The old man's face was red from being choked, but he had no intention of compromising. His 3 sons were sold to the Divine Phoenix continent as slaves, and his 2 daughters were also captured and abused by the sea race. It was Ling Shao who saved them and allowed their family to live a stable life. Although they were not rich, they had good prospects. To him, Ling Shao was their family's benefactor, so no matter what, he would not go against his conscience and speak ill of Ling Shao. Cold Plum's sword was already unsheathed. She looked at Ling Shao beside her and said, "Master, do you want me to make a move?"